I think I'm live. Hello, Zen friends. Happy weekend to you. Happy Saturday. Hope you're enjoying your weekend, having a great day with all this wonderful energy going on in the world. And before we get started and everything, we'll bring in some lovely energy today. It is a beautiful, it was snowing. Is it still snowing? I don't think it's snowing anymore, but it was snowing yesterday and a little bit today. So we have a little bit of a spring snowstorm, which is normal here in Colorado Springs, Colorado. We can even get snow into May. I know. But I love snow, so I don't mind. So let us get started here. And we will hit the singing bowl 3 times. And each time, just imagine a flow of beautiful, eternal, unconditional love energy just dropping down, filling up our hearts, flowing into our emotions, going into our brain, our mind, into our thoughts, our thinking world, into our energetic field, our chakras, our aura, into our physical body, especially, right? I know I'm a little sinusy today. So let it flow into our sinuses, flow into our blood and our organs and our muscles, our joints, our spine, and then filling us up and flowing out into the world, letting that energy do whatever it needs to do, whatever it wants to do in the outside world to raise that love vibration. And then, as we're also doing that, if we're breathing deeply, as we're preparing for messages from spirit, we can think of at least one thing that we're grateful for. That's a immediate um, impact into our energy. It raises our love vibration, gratitude. So when we do that, um, that helps raise our individual energy and prepares us to receive both messages from spirit, but also things that we're grateful for. That's telling the universe what we want, right? So let's do that. So let's take a big deep breath and let's begin. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me in doing that. Powerful energies. All right. Excuse me. Goodness. All right. So welcome everybody. Good to see everyone. I love it. I love it. So if you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome, welcome. We got a great group of Zen friends full of huge hearts and great senses of humor. Two important things to have on this journey of humanity for sure. And there's always room for more Zen friends. So welcome. How the free readings work, real quick. We do go down through the chat, first come, first serve. There's no special list or anything. The chat is it. Just put your question out there. If you don't know what you want to ask or you don't want to put your business out there, you can just ask for a general reading. And Spirit knows all, right? So we'll just pull for free readings 1 to 2 cards, see what Spirit has to say. And if anyone makes a donation, I do honor that energy exchange and I prioritize those. Stepping out of the free readings, we dive deeper too, meaning I pull more cards for those too. So if you're interested in doing that, you can use the super chat at the bottom or in the description box of the video. I do have my Venmo, my Cash App, my PayPal, and my Square. I don't have any set dollar amounts because I know everyone's finances vary. Cost of living, the rate of exchange, all of that varies across the world, sometimes across the room, sometimes day to day changes with our own self. So, whatever you give from your heart is the perfect amount. Yeah. And then I return back to the um, the chat and continue after those. My YouTube channel members do get second priority over donations. You'll see their names in green with the little badges. We have one right now. Happy Pill. Hello, hello, and Infinity as well. So welcome everybody. Shout out to my YouTube channel members. If you're interested in becoming a YouTube channel member, there's a link down in the description box that talks about those. We do have Zen Cricket at $2.99 a month, Praying Mantis at $7.99 a month. In addition to getting prioritization during these sessions, if I don't complete all of the readings and I don't have the energy to come back on to finish everything out, I do make sure, of course, to complete my donations and then also my YouTube channel members, part of their monthly membership. We also get together on Thursdays for a joint session of both levels, 2 to 3, sometimes 4 hour session where we have unlimited tarot readings. We do oracle readings, past life readings, and whatever else we want to do because it's our time. And then my Praying Mantis members on Friday and Saturday nights, and on after my Sunday afternoon session, we also get together for at least an hour just with my Praying Mantis members. So, yeah, so if you're interested, link down below for that. Hey, Moonlight, another one of my YouTube channel members. Good to see you. Whoop whoop. Um, what else? What else did I want to say? Oh yeah, my Zen Cricket, not my Zen Cricket, my Praying Mantis members, sorry, they do get advanced access to all the videos I put out. Like one of the ones that came out last week is Taurus season. Happy birthday, all you Taurus sun babies. Taurus season starts this afternoon in about probably, I think, within a couple hours. So we're moving, the sun is moving into that beautiful, earthy, sensual, world by Venus, Taurus energy. So this talks about our Taurus season, and there's a bonus card for each individual zodiac sign. Talking about, let's see, we were focusing on what your life can, where in your life you can use some grounding or self care over these next 30 days. So that is there. And then also this morning, the Taurus new moon video came out. So I do have new moon readings, full moon readings, when the sun changes signs, right? We have Zen Gates, like portals every month, 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4. Weekly Zen Bytes. Every week, it's a little short video talking about how we can maintain our Zen or return to our Zen if the chaos is taking us out there, which that's why we have weekly updates. And then also a monthly quest video. We have quarterly Equinox and Solstice readings, which are out there as well. So a ton of free content, but my Praying Mantis members do get advanced access to those. So, but we have all these videos, all the playlists are listed down in the description box of the videos of these streams, any videos I put out. Plus, if you go to my main page at the top, it all says new for 2025. And I know that's a lot of content and it's free, which is good. But this year, which I know a lot of us have been feeling this, right? Crazy, crazy floods of energy, energy change, energy change, energy change. Every planet is changing signs this year. It's not normal. Um, the inner planets like Mercury, Venus, and Mars, those are called our personal planets. They're the ones that are closest to the sun and closest around the earth. Those impact us on a daily, and like I think like Mercury changes every 3 weeks, unless it's in retrograde. It changes planets every 3 weeks. Mars changes every like 2 months ish. Venus kind of changes every month. Um, and so and I have started putting out this week when a planet changes energy so that we can kind of know how it's impacting us all on the planet. It, of course, impacts us all individually differently too. But I put out Mercury earlier in the week and I put out Mars yesterday. It went into Leo. Mercury went into Aries, fiery, fiery. So I put those warnings out because we can be a bit fiery in our communications. So be aware. Zip, zip, zip. Little razor blade arrows were firing at each other, right? But Mars went into Leo, another fire sign. Venus at the end of the month, April 30th, is going to go into Aries too. So I'll be putting out a video on there, and I'll maybe just do a little update on where all the planets are, like just energy wise, so we can be aware of what's going on in our world and why am I freaking out, or why am I exhausted, or why am I wanting to, you know, take people out or whatever. We can understand our energies so that we can use the energies instead of being flooded. I've been saying they can ride the energetic waves of astrology instead of being hit and tumbling in the waves, right? And drowning. So we've been putting that out too. So be aware of those that are out there. So I wanted to mention that. All right. I think um, that's everything. I'm gonna continue using this beautiful deck. It's the Witch Sisters Tarot. This is the what the book looks like. The box is covered with stuff. So, but you can see it's by Julia Jeffrey. It's a beautiful artistry and it's a bit darker energy, but it feels very fairy-ish, kind of a bit sassy, a bit in our face energy. I know that's what we need right now, right? But it's but in a loving way. So we'll jump into that. All right. So we do have some donations. So we will start there, and let me get my little timestamp area updated here so it can flow with it. All right, so we'll start off here. We have Infinity will be up first, and then Aria. Then we'll jump over to Zcash app. Thank you, Michelle Smith. You have a couple donations there, so we'll jump to those, and then back to Raymond, and then Moonlight. So that's where we're at on donations right now, and we will start here. Thank you guys for being here. I'm so grateful to be on this journey together in this lifetime. We definitely chose a wonderful, challenging time to come to Earth. So we're not alone in it, though. All right. So, Infinity, we'll start with you. Let me grab your time stamp and we'll throw it down here as well. All right. So, Infinity, thank you so much for your donation. Let's give that a love and a like here. You want to know, was SL mad at you for giving his pot a spot to some kid? Almost said pot. What are you giving away people's marijuana? But your spot. That's funny. All right, let's get started here. So Infinity, were they mad? Let's take a look here and see what Spirit wants you to know about this situation. What's on the bottom of the deck? I got the full card here. Full card is a great card. It's the first card in the major arcana here, which is, it's a positive card because it's a fresh start. It's without expectation. It's a flowing kind of energy. So it doesn't feel, um, it is the childlike card, seeing life as anything's possible, not a lot of boundaries, not a lot of expectations. So it feels positive so far. That underlying energy is no, it's an adventure. Um, so maybe that's their personality a little bit, but let's take a look here. We got the Tree of Life, we got the Emperor, a little bit of Aries energy with this Emperor. And this is about, taking control of my life, realizing I'm in control of my life and am the one that determines how I feel about things. My empire is mine. I do what I want in my empire. So again, this energy of no one makes me feel any way. I'm the one who decides. It just feels very empowering here from their perspective. Let's see what else we got here. So far, so good. We got the hermit energy, very independent. And with that, we have the Six of Stones, the Six of Pentacles. So, this equal giving and receiving energy and being to themselves, again, this energy doesn't feel like, any kind of anger. It feels more, all right, it's equal give and receive. And they kind of like being to themselves a bit. So, with you giving the spot to a kid, it almost feels like, "Oh, good, that gives me an opportunity. Okay, good, yeah, give that to someone else, not this gives me an opportunity that I'm gonna go do what I wanna do," kind of energy. So I'm not sure if the spot meant they couldn't go to something, but this hermit, it reminds me, I'm a huge introvert, hermit. You wouldn't you probably wouldn't, me? That? But, one of the favorite, uh, sayings that I have with it's funny, it's, for an introvert, the best types of plans are canceled plans. And that's kind of what the energy I feel here. That's funny. And then what else? You have a couple more. The Maid of Skies, which is the Page of Swords. That's new communication, seeing things from a different perspective. Underlying energy, the ancient starlight. Yeah, the star card. Dreams come true, balanced energy. So yeah, I don't feel any of that angsty anger here. Um, if there was any reaction that you saw, it was very, very. It would be more about um, them not being comfortable with sudden change, like, if they didn't know about it, um, but once they realize, "Oh, that's right, that's canceled, I can go do something else," they were fine with it and moved on from it. But I don't even feel that kind of that Aries, Emperor Aries can be feisty and fiery with that Emperor, where it's like, "What? Oh, okay, no problem." It's just the surprise takes them off guard for just a moment, and then everything else is they're fine with it. So, and it's good, I like this. I'm promoting. I have nothing to do with Mel Robbins as far as except for being her fan. And there's this great book, The Let Them, that I'm reading, and it talks about if people get angry, let them. But what are you going to do? Let them, but let me. What am I going to choose to do? Um, they can be mad, they can be sad, they can be whatever, and whatever they do has nothing to do with me. I get to choose what I want to do, right? So there's a freedom that comes in. If you haven't read that book, anyone, I highly recommend it. I'm only like, I follow her on Instagram, and so you get blurbs of her belief or this theory of let them theory. It's an amazing one. It's been around for a little bit. Um, but the book is like amazing. I really love it. All right. So that's what they have for you, infinities. Oh, we can't forget your fortune cookie here. Let's look at your whispering woods here. Almost forgot the cookies. Let's not start off that way. You got wish. Make a wish with a dandelion in the wind. What a beautiful. Can't even see here. There we go. A little better. Um, what a beautiful picture, right? The little dandelions where it has the little puffy seeds, and you just uh, don't get too close when you inhale because you'll choke on it all. But if you take a big breath and make a wish, and then it sends the seeds out. And I like that. What do you wish? Not what other people, blah, blah, blah. But what do you wish to do? And I like that you gave a spot to a child, a kid, because that's, when we do things for children, it changes their life. We don't realize, and that's the seed. Okay, I get it. Thank you, Spirit. The little seeds that you send out. Your neighbors may not like it that all the dandelion seeds go into their yard. But dandelions are medicinal as long as you don't put a bunch of fertilizer on them. It's amazing. Some people look at it as a weed, but other people grow dandelions, especially in like European countries. They know the benefits of it. So something that looks like something to one person, unaware, they're killing all these plants that are amazing herbs, right? And that's the thing that someone could look at you giving that to a child as, and but when they realize you're planting a seed in a child that's going to grow into something amazing, they're going to be like, "Wow, you gave that to me." It helps them feel more confident in who they are, right? So you're planting an amazing seed, and I love that. All right, so that's what they have for you, Infinity. So many blessings to you. Okay. All right. So that is that one. And then Aria, you are up next. Let me put your timestamp here. Aria, grab it here, put it down in the chat too. Boom. All right. So Aria, thank you so much for your donation. Let's give that a love and a like here. So Diego, the supervisor, all right, he wants to fire you, question mark. Will you be able to continue this job for another 3 months? All right, let's find out what's going on here with Diego. Do they want to fire you? Let's see here. Okay. See what's going on below the surface here. And then will you be able to make it there 3 months? Let's see what all this is here. All right. Well, so you have the Two of Pentacles coming in here. I kind of felt that energy already. Two of Pentacles, that's about like choices in the outside world. Do you want to stay there or go somewhere else, right? And I like that energy because it does show us that, you know, when something happens in the physical world, we can trust that it is for us, right? And so we'll get into detail here, but I feel like this is the underlying energy in the bottom of the deck of going, you know, you will have a choice to stay, but it feels like when a door is closing or things are becoming uncomfortable somewhere, if no matter what we do, it starts becoming more and more uncomfortable, uncomfortable. It's like, oh, it's time for me to leave the nest there, fly and go into something new, leaving my comfort zone of the nest like an eagle, little eaglets. It's a very comfortable nest, even though it's all craggly. But when it's time for those little teenage eaglets that are young, time for them to learn to fly, the parents rip out the comfortability things, stop bringing in the food so that it encourages the little eagle to leap and learn to fly instead of going, bring me a room service. It's scary. It's like, well, sometimes because we don't, if the ugly feeling of not being where we want to be is outweighed by fear and also by comfortability, we tend not to act right. But when something becomes so uncomfortable or and that uncomfortable feeling outweighs our fears, then we're like, screw this, I'm going, right? So I like that energy starting on the bottom here. Let's see here. Does Diego want to fire you? We got the Maid of Skies, which is the Page of Swords. There's clarity to be gleaned here. New communication to come here. Let's see what these two cards, which are the energy below the surface here, let's see what these are about. You got the Three of Stones, about being true to your authentic self, creativity, and the Flight card. Yeah, and literally, time for the birdie to fly, right? And this is the Chariot card, which is victory and movement. So, and this is about seeing things from a higher perspective. So I feel like they are maybe seeing that this isn't for you anymore. And so I feel like they're not trying to get you to leave, not like in their consciousness, but this is with this on the bottom is there somewhere else where you could be more true to your authentic self, and this power of choice card again coming in like with that Two of Pentacles, you have a choice. But this whole flight, everything I was just talking about before even seeing that card, about it's time for you to take flight and go somewhere else anyway. And so they're just making it easier for you to have this, to make this decision, right? So I like that. Let's see what else we have here. Will you be able to continue that job for another 3 months? You got the Nine of Trees, the Nine of Wands. There's this perseverance. This Nine of Wands is about hitting an obstacle, hitting your head up against a wall over and over and over again. And, when a door won't open, sometimes this is protecting us, right? There's a hungry lion behind it and we're being protected. I'm like, I want to go in this door. And spirit's like, no, you don't. And you're like, yeah, I do. And they're like, no, really, if you could see what we see, no, you don't. You want to go somewhere else. You want to try another door. And this is what's coming in here. Let's see what these 5 cards are underneath here, too. So you've got the Strength card. Yeah, your courage, the Leo energy, the strength and the courage to step forward, right? To take the flight. You have it. You have the Ace of Stones. Yeah, Ace of Pentacles is a new opportunity out there in the outside world. You got the Witch of Waters, which is the Knight of Cups. Another follow your heart move. It's another movement card, but it's about following your heart. Instead of doing something, oh, this is what I've always done, this is what I should do. It's like, what? Close your eyes and open your heart. Where's your heart leading you? Go in that direction, right? You have initiation, the Hanged Man, which is about transformation. And again, with all of this energy, it is about you transitioning, going from one place to another, going from being a caterpillar to being a butterfly, something that's more expressive of who you are. Again, going back to that Three of Pentacles, being true to your authentic self. And you have the King of Skies, the King of Swords, learning something new, expanding, even if it means going back to school or getting training or certification through something. Don't limit yourself, in especially if your heart is wanting you to go and do something else. It's like, I want to become a nurse. I'm going to go to nursing school. All right, look into it. See what's available. See if there's, you know, like programs where you can get financial aid if you need it that will pay you while you're doing this, or, you know, and even if it's getting a part-time job that will help pay the bills while you're finishing that nursing school or whatever. It's like pursuing what your dream is, and this is a time for that. Because what are we waiting for to live our dream? To die? Wait for another lifetime? Let's do it in this lifetime, right? But I don't feel like it's going to be another 3 months. I feel like it's time for you to go now. And I feel like if you'll look and you'll make the leap, great energy for starting new things too, just astrologically. All of the inner planets are out of retrograde until like May, sometime in May. And so we've got this great period of time to initiate, start new things, start going. So it's very supported for you to make the leap, right? So I do feel like Diego is being the hands of your spiritual posse to help push you out of a place that's no longer serving you and blocking you from staying there, so that you will go and you'll be happy later when you're like, oh my God, if that wouldn't have happened, I see why this unfolded for me. It's not happening to me, it's happening for me. And it's opening the door for you. So a different door, not the rawr lion, a different door, right? Let's see what else you have here. Yeah, you got declutter for your fortune cookie. Excuse me, and it says declutter your life, right? That's a cluttery life that you have where you're working now. Let go of correspondence, objects, and people, or I can say a job you no longer want. Someone will hurt your feelings and reveal a new side of themselves that you may wish to avoid. So sorry. So I feel like, you know, yeah, our feelings get hurt when someone terminates us or whatever. or breaks up with us or whatever, right? We're like, oh, because we take it personally, like, oh, this means I'm not enough. No, it means things like the tower card is things get blasted out of our life to make room for things that are truly more in alignment with our higher self and to clear the path so we can move forward to who we really want to be and where our soul really wants to take us. So I know it's hard sometimes to look at being fired or being broken up with or whatever, you know, from as a blessing, but it's a blessing in disguise and it's aligning. So hopefully that makes sense there, Arya, but I'm excited, that follow your heart. Where's your heart leading you? Because I feel like there's something bigger that your heart wants for your life. Okay. So that's what they want for you right now, Arya. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. Appreciate you. All right. Then we have Michelle Smith. Thank you for your donations via Zcash app. Let's put your timestamp out here. And I wasn't even paying attention down here. Okay. All right. So, Michelle, thank you for your dual donations here. So, your first one, Grand Rising to you too. I love that greeting. What is your youngest son, Trell's mindset? Uh-oh. You really want to know? Let's take a look here. You are brave. You are a brave soul. All right. All jokes aside, let's take a look here and see what does Spirit want you to know around your son Trell's mindset. All right. So we've got those. We do want those. That's underneath. And we want this and these three here. All right. So what we got under the surface here too. All right. Well, we got the Maid of Stones, which is the Page of Pentacles. There is definitely this energy of new beginnings and this desire to of change, especially in the physical world, with this Page of Pentacles under there. So that's kind of the energy just flowing. They are looking for growth. They're looking for more kind of mindset. I feel like you got three separate um, mindsets or things that are on their mind, and we'll look at each. The first one is the Strength card and the King of Trees, the King of Wands. Yeah. So Leo and Aries energy. So fire energy here, which is about, again, wanting to make change, uh, really communing with their strength, their courage, but it is this fire that comes up. Aries, this fiery energy, it tends to put a fire under our butt. It gives us this initiative and this desire, the spark. And I feel like they got this spark that's going on, going, I'm stagnant, I'm impatient, I can't stand standing still anymore. I need movement. I need change. This is the mindset is things that maybe were content before momentarily, no longer content, looking for more, looking for next. The King of Wands is an energy of everyone's opinion, putting it aside, going, what do I want? What do I want to do? Um, thank everyone for your opinion, but I'm in charge of my life. Everyone, cleared the throne room, going to make decisions, put a plan together, and take action. But I feel like they're in that, I don't know what I want, but I know I want something different kind of energy, if that makes sense. So that's what's coming in with that energy. Let's see what the number two here. We've got the High Priestess and the Witch of Stones, which is the Knight of Pentacles. So looks like there's been a period of time here with this, the High Priestess will step away from everything, go up into their High Priestess temple, connect with the powers that be, look behind the veil, dive deep into their emotions, and have a lot of revelations and reveal a lot of hidden things. And it feels like they've been on this journey of trying to look in a quest of looking at their worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way, which makes sense with all this other energy, right? That they've been doing a lot of reflection on when I'm defining myself by the outside world, I feel unstable. Why do I feel unstable? Why are these things not feeling uh, fulfilling? And how do I want to define myself? What's next? So a lot of inner reflection that's been going on here, but it feels healthy. It's everything that humans go through when we are all raised by, getting all these opinions from all over the place, school and TV and books and friends and family and, pastors and teachers and blah, blah. We're getting all this information and there's a lot of contradictions but we're defining ourselves by all those things. Then we realize, I don't want to, this feels that. And there's this clearing energy that comes in here. Let's see what this is below the surface here. Yeah, three of skies, three of swords, expectations equal disappointment. And that makes sense that they've had a lot of disappointment on being told that that thing is supposed to make me feel this way, but that has happened and I don't feel that way. Disappointment, right? This, job or this money or this person or this sex or this, all the things we're taught, all this stuff is supposed to fulfill us. And we're like, why is it falling short? Why is it not bringing what I'm thinking it's supposed to? That's expectation. But expectations equal disappointment because the outside world can never give us what our heart is looking for, because our heart, of course, is looking for eternal, unconditional love of what we're made out of, what from back home. The outside world always falls short. It's part of our journey here. We realize, oh, we're disappointed and tired of the instability of the outside world enough. We turn inward and upward. And I feel like with that high priestess, they really have gone to that and realizing, yeah, I'm ready for something different. Which brings us to number 3 here. What's this about? We've got the moon child, the moon card. So more of this diving and revelations of things, like the high priestess. It's the moon card is revealer of secrets. Things that were bubbling below the surface are making their way to that. And um, I feel like this eclipse season with it was a very strong, one of the most strongest eclipse seasons we've had with all this other energy that's been going on. A lot of ending and beginning energy, right? A lot of sudden change, a lot of "I can't stand it anymore" energy. So there's been a lot of revelation for him here, and it might be that, you've kinda seen them go through some, you know, uh, big disappointments, a lot of expression of emotions and stuff that you haven't seen before or in a long time, um and maybe that's what's maybe a little concerning, but it's okay. It's humanity going through it all. So just know it's not anything really dangerous or um but they are definitely looking at making change in their life because of this new information. Let's see what else is going on below the surface. You have made of trees, which is the page of wands, along with the full card. Look, and they're both kind of redheaded here. But the full card is letting go of an old cycle, ready to begin a new adventure, free of a lot of expectations, free of a lot of rules, looking at possibilities. Even got the moon back there. Whoops, can't really see it there. There is a moon there. Wow, it's very bright. There's a moon right here. It's a very bright full moon. But the Maid of Trees, the Page of Wands, both of these energies are about new beginnings, new passion, new fire under their butt. So, very much this changing energy. And below that, the Five of Stones, the Five of Pentacles. So, when we were talking earlier about them being on this journey of the Knight of Pentacles, of looking at looking at their worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way. Five of Pentacles is that change because that's like moving from a belief in lack, a fear of being abandoned, being left behind, being out in the cold, not being enough, not having enough, that it changes. And usually a big piece of that change is when we realize it's creator that brings us what we need in each moment, not humanity. When we depend on humanity, all humans have a little inner child. When it feels unsafe and out of control, alarms go off. This little our hissing cat we revert to our 2-year-old self, and we do everything we feel we need to feel safe and in control. When we go into survival mode, we will pull everything back, abandoning people, and that's where we experience abandonment, is when humans go into fight or flight mode. We all have this reaction to protect ourselves, and in protecting ourselves, we pull away from people, put up walls, and then that's when we feel abandoned, left out in the cold, going, "What just happened?" Right? So I feel like they've experienced, that, but they're realizing that my worth doesn't depend on their actions. I see that people were just reacting, and it's you that bring me what I need in each moment, and you don't go into fear or flight or fight mode. You always give me what I need and more, and I feel like they're in this transformation of self-worth. So that's where their mindset is at. Let's see, for the fortune cookie, we have the from the heart affirmations. It says, I celebrate my differences. I am free from conformity. There's that breaking free energy, right? So sorry that there's a big glare. Maybe I need to close my blinds. Can't even see that there's anything on here. Oh, there we go. We can get it a little closer there. So that is what they have for you, my dear, for number one. So thank you for that first donation. And then for your second donation via the CashApp, you want to know, will you ever be a grandmother? All right, let's take a look here. So based on current energies, is there going to be a grandbaby or two or three or four? Let's take a look here. See, they do want this one and they do want this one here too. Okay. See what we have here. Well, I think yes. You have the bottom energy is the Ace of Wands. Here's the rabbit. You know how rabbits reproduce. So I like that for if you're wanting to be a grandmother. Very, I mean, passion, energy, and then rabbit. Yeah, that does represent birth and uh, especially with Easter, the Easter Bunny. This is all about birth, and so yes, I do feel it. So, what else I want you to know here? Yeah, Ace of Skies, Ace of Swords. That is new communication coming in here. Um, so I almost feel like there's going to be news coming soon about a grandchild. This is interesting. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, the Six of Stones, Six of Pentacles, this equal giving and receiving energy, this abundant feeling coming in here. And even on the bottom of the deck, there's the Three of Waters, the Three of Cups, which I saw that and thought three, and then in this one, there's like three spots here. One, two, three. That's really standing out to me here. So I do feel like you will have three grandchildren here. Let's see what else we have. You've got the Queen of Water, the Queen of Cups, very empathic, emotionally moving energy here, very much divine feminine energy. So we like that. The Six of Waters, the Six of Cups, children. It's the child card. So yes, we have that here. And the Eight of Trees, the Eight of Wands. Eight of Wands, fast moving energy coming in here too. And I feel like with that the Queen of Cups, she's very empathic, very in tune. And the Eight of Wands is about messages from spirit. So I feel like you've been getting messages. Like you've been having this gut feeling like I'm going to be getting news soon. Excuse me. Getting some news soon coming in. And Maybe it's gonna be 3 at a time. Maybe it's gonna be triplets. I know, right? Yay. But I'm not sure if it's exactly gonna be triplets. I kind of feel like, um, yeah, especially with this where it looks like, 1 and then, 2 separate ones. The other 2, yeah, they all don't look like the same size. So it feels like it might be just 3 separate grandchildren that come in, but, I do feel like 3, and with all that energy, I do feel, like it's an absolute yes that you will, and, let's see what your fortune cookie says here too. Let's go with the middle one here, which is the fortune cookies. So let's see what we have here. And we got manifestations. A bountiful time awaits you. Your wishes could manifest right before your eyes. I tell you, it might be coming in here. I don't know if I finished talking about the Eight of Wands. That's fast, sudden energy coming in. So it might happen here before you know it. You're like, what? Grandchild on the way. Wow. All right. So that is what they have for you, Michelle. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right. And then we have Raymond Torres. You are up next. Thank you for your donation. Let's give that a love and a like here. And so, will you hear from Fabi today and spend Easter? Okay. We'll see if it's going to be today, right? Let's take a look here. Is it today that you hear from them? And what's the energy on Easter? We'll see if it changed from the information we got last night, right? All right. So we have here. So you do have the King of Stones on the bottom, the King of Pentacles. That is an abundant feeling here, fullness of life. So that seems positive. Let's see here. You got the Nine of Skies, the Nine of Swords today. Nine of Swords, that is, an energy of nightmare and insomnia and fear energy. So it's important to be aware. Um, Based on current energies, I feel like something has changed here. There's the fears. When we focus on our fears, we actually push things away. Like if I fear something's not going to happen, or if even if I'm like I feel like I'm wanting and needing, that is a lower vibration energy. That actually pushes things away from us, right? And so if I have that kind of energy, knowing this, like if I have those fears, I'm pushing it away. If I'm like, okay, okay, let me help the universe help me by focusing on what I'm grateful for in each moment, what you're grateful for with them, what the times you were grateful for and that you loved, being in the past. And then the more we focus on that energy of what we've loved about it, then we open up the gates to allow it to come toward us, right? So an important energy because I feel like it's we're like your energy is pushing them away. Um, when switching that up will allow that to change. Let's see what comes in here. You've got like 3, 2, 1, this countdown here. So you've got the Fool card. It's a fresh start, letting a change of cycles. With the Witch of Trees, that's the Knight of Wands. So being aware of where you're focusing your energy. Yeah, and then the Four of Wands is joy and celebration and gatherings. That's the card. I think we got that for your Easter energy. So I do feel like here, um, with that, the Knight of Wands is being aware in a quest of your energy, that if you focus on the joy, like what have you had Easters you spent with them before? Have you had other celebrations or other events when you focus on the joy of, I remember when I spent time there, I remember I spent time there. I'm so grateful that I had those opportunities, the times I have had with them, and anything that you are grateful for in the moment, because that full card is. an importance of changing my cycle instead of focusing on the fear and the want and the need and the times of disappointment, which brings in more disappointment and pushes those things away. This is a change of energy. So that's the start. Three, and then we go to two cards, which are the Maid of Waters. That's the Page of Cups and the Magician. Yeah. So when you focus your energy with that Magician, then there can be this, um, you know, new heightened emotion with that Page of Cups. So it's within your power to switch that energy. And then let's see here. Number one, we get the tradition. Yeah, tradition. I love it. Um, the Hierophant, which is this energy of, like I said, it's of tradition, of which Easter is a tradition, right? And so you're able to have that. So there is possibilities here. Full card too is about the world is full of possibilities, but we if we get stuck in our fears, then that's we're actually working against um, what we're truly desiring, and we're drawing in the disappointment that and the fear that we don't want there. So I do feel here, if you can make that adjustment, that you will be able to spend Easter together. But it's all about the adjustment within. So let's see here. Let's pull a fortune cookie here for you as well. Sorry if you hear my stomach growling. I had a banana. I wasn't like super hungry, but evidently my stomach's like, that's not enough. But too bad. You got to deal with it. All right. So let's see. What's your fortune cookie here, Raymond? All right. Doing this one here. And you've got reconnect. Secrets lurk in the captive shadows deep in the woods. Yeah. So there's this reconnection here. And you know, I feel like this is also with all that magician energy and the wand energy, that reaching out yourself, if you're like putting the fears besides, putting the expectations beside, and just reaching out, reconnect yourself, reconnect to your energy and do all that first, right? And then if you feel like, you know what, I'm just going to reach out and say, hey, I was just thinking about you and wondering, da 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 da, and just see if don't be like, hey, I haven't heard from you, none of that, because what does that do? Pushes people away too. Just let it be a joyful gratitude kind of connection, if you do reach out to them. All right, so that's what they have for you, Raymond. So many blessings to you. All right. Then we have Moonlight. You are up. So let's grab that. Oh, and Raymond, I don't think, did I even put out your. I did not. How rude. So, Raymond, I'm going to put out your timestamp here. Falling down on the job. All right. And then Moonlight, here is yours. All right. So, Moonlight, thank you so much for your donation. So, you want to know, will your son soon, very soon, go out with his friends again? All right. Let's take a look here. Take a sip here. All right. So let's tap in and see, based on current energies, or do they not get along? All right, let's take a look here. So with those friends, will he go out with them soon? And let's find out his relationship with them here too. I feel like we want this one here. Okay. So bottom of the deck here, we do have, we've got the Temperance card, the Flow card. So, there is that energy of ever so slow. We'll see what unfolds here, but it does feel like, is it going to be very, very soon? Excuse me, with that Temperance and the Patience card. I don't think it's gonna be very, very soon, but let's find out. That's the bottom of the deck. We have the Strength card, the Leo energy, very much this spending a lot of time with their higher self and with their inner world here. Um, I feel lower vibrational Leo energy of me, me, me. It's about me right now, and I don't want to be out shining and being this leader and being amongst these things. It's interesting that that energy is coming in here. Normally, Leo, strength, courage, but this is like the opposite. It just feels like it's me time. That's what these other cards are here too. We got the Ancient Starlight, which is the star card, along with the Land card, which is normally the universe. This is the last card of the major arcana. So four major arcana right now. So it feels like they're going through a big transformational time in their life. There's this balanced energy with the star card, and that's also the temperance card. Is like a balancing energy along with a timing energy. But it is an ending of an old cycle, beginning of new adventure kind of coming in here. So I don't feel like they're really being drawn to spend time with those friends. We'll see here. Are they not getting along, or what is this about? Let's see about their friends. Another uh, major arcana, the Wheel of Fortune. So that is, realizing everything that unfolds is for us. Let's see what's underneath this, though. Got the Witch of Waters, the Knight of Cups, this emotional movement, and the Three of Water, the Three of Cups, which is joy and celebration and tribe and gathering. What's this other card? The Lord of the Forest. Yeah, the Devil card. Capricorn, Saturn energy. So, oh my goodness. Six major arcana out of eight cards. They're definitely with that, the Capricorn, they're kind of going through like a Saturn return type of energy, which normally it's 28, 29 years old, but we can feel it 3 to 5 years before and after. So it'd be 20, 22, 23 is when we start to kind of have that Saturn return. I'm finding that a lot of the generation, earlier teenage generation now, they are going through it earlier. And I feel like it has to do with the planet, what we're going through. It's like they start feeling it even like 10 years or more before, and they kind of have that Saturn return energy being amplified earlier than before. So I don't feel like they're not getting along with them. Like there's nothing that happened that made them like, oh, they did this, so I'm feeling this way. I just feel it's their overall energy, this change energy, this cocoon going. There's only room for one caterpillar in this cocoon right now, and I'm doing this. I'm focusing in on this. And there will come a time when they're ready to get out of the cocoon and fly, but I don't feel like it's anytime very, very soon with all this energy that's coming in here. That temperance, it'll come out of nowhere. You know, temperance is like alchemy, where you put a base metal in something, you add some magic to it, and then it goes back and forth between the cups ever so slowly, and we don't see the magic happening because it's slowly transforming, and then suddenly, boom, it's gold, and then that happens. So I feel like it will happen out of nowhere, but it's not like very soon coming in here. Yeah, yeah, and that's for him. He's going through his stuff, and you know, just know that his life is perfect, for him, and that you, and I know it's hard, mama bear, mama protector, all well, not all, but there's that tendency for parents, especially moms, wanting the best for their children and wanting to care for their emotional state and those things. And it's like, yeah, when you realize I can't control their decisions, their emotions, their moods, their choices. All I can do is focus on mine and give from where I'm at. You can't control their friends. You can't control him. It's like, you know what? I've given them everything that I can. And really, children at 13, 14 years old, if they ever listen to us, they stop listening and they start watching our life. And so, how we live, they learn from watching us, not from us telling them things. Because they're just like, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But I'm watching how you live. That that's how I learn now is by watching, right? Let's see what the fortune cookie says. I trust my inner guidance. My soul knows the way forward. Yeah, and that's their energy, right? That their inner self is guiding them, like that strength card, that's their higher self guiding them in that direction. So just give them unconditional love energy. That's all you can do. We can't change their minds. We can't change them. All we can do is love, 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 and uh, let them have their path. Let them have their journey. Just give all that love to their higher self so that they can do it how they want. I mean, if you do automatic writing, yeah. Well, who who needs someone to go with? Go do stuff by yourself. Go do the things you love. You'll meet people that also love to do that, right? But and gratitude, uh, what we can do for our own journey, right? You can look at your son um and not focus on the lack of friends, but focus on the gratitude you have for the friends that they have had in their life, right? And that's what he can do too. But if you're like, you know what, I'm not going to focus on what's missing, what isn't happening, focus on the gratitude for the things that you love about your son's life and that they have experienced, right? That helps grow that from our perspective. But again, they have to be able to do those things. Um, and even if it's like, you know what, a belief that we need someone to go do things with, that's another fearful thing, right? It's like lower vibration. Like, no, I don't. I have a ton of support that goes with me wherever I want to go. And if I go do the things I love, then I can meet that, right? Yeah. Well, it's hard because you're trying to control it, right? That's where our difficulty comes in. When we feel like there's something wrong and then we feel like we need to control it because we kind of maybe feel responsible for their emotions, their choices, their moods, whatever's going on in their life. And it's like, no, it's not my responsibility. I can release that. I know I've been talking about this book a lot, but it talks about that in this Mel Robbins, the let them theory. It's like, well, they're upset. Okay, let them be upset, but what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do about you and your situation? You can't control them. You can just out of love, you can recommend things and going, just go by yourself. I know it's rough and it's scary to go do something, but you know, I used to go to movies by myself. I used to go to restaurants, but that fear of what people will think, is that, you know, and and what is your fear, right? What are you trying to control? Those feelings that come up of it's uncomfortable for me to see something. It's because there's a fear inside. Um, Uncomfortable emotions are rooted in fear because we're not used to feeling those. That's why they feel uncomfortable. We're higher vibrational beings that aren't used to feeling lower vibration. And that's why it feels uncomfortable. So when we look at it going, okay, my fear is that, what's at the fear? What's at the root? Be honest with ourselves, right? A lot of times it's I fear if they're alone, they're going to be so depressed, they're going to kill themselves. And then we're like, what are people gonna think? Or I don't want them, that'll break my heart. This. It's like we look at the fears and go, okay, we can look at it and understand it, right? So some good, everything happens for us. We can always find, what is this mirror? What is the gift in the situation for me that will help set me free? And um, once we learn, you know, and that's the whole thing is our perception of everything that's going on is happening in here. And so these mirrors, I can look and see why these things are bothering me out here. Because if I don't get to the root of those, guess what? I just get more of that from other places or more of it from that, you know. So it's like, what am I fearing? What's at the root of it? And then, okay, you know, um, I did the best I could in raising them. Now it's up to them. They're not a baby, they're a young adult. And so now they get to make choices and you can't control it. But it's that feeling of being out of control that drives us nuts, right? Yay, parenthood. All right. So that is what they have for you right now, Moonlight. Hang in there, my dear. I know. Oh, why did I sign up for this? But, we did on purpose for some reason. So we can look for the gift in the situation, right? It's got to be there somewhere, maybe. All right. So that's what they have, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. All right. And then Sean G, thank you for your donations via Zcash app. Let's take a look here. So we have two here. So thank you, Sean. And okay, we don't have those there. So you must have it somewhere in chat. Or if you haven't put them out there yet, let me just make sure here. Scroll up. All right. All right. I don't see anything yet, Sean G. So I'm going to not put a timestamp out there yet. So if you're here, Sean, I do have two of the donations. So as soon as I see a question, because I don't think they're in the cash out. Let me just double check, just make sure my eyes aren't overlooking anything here. Sometimes there's space for it. Oh. So one says today for heart. So I think you want a love reading for today. Let me put a timestamp back here. I'll put 107. I think it was around. We'll put around that time. All right. All right. So we'll put the first one here. And the other one says for today. So maybe you just want guidance for today. But I'll wait and see if you put anything in the chat too. All right. So let's start with love. Love reading for today. What does Spirit want you to know about love today? So thank you for your donations. All right. What else about love? Like they want that one and that one. And this one down here. All right. Boom, boom, boom. And those two too. All right. We'll do it. Bottom of the deck, you have the Ace of Stones. Ace of Pentacles. So, love, you do have a new opportunity that's coming forward here. And you even got the Two of Stones. I like these little spirals coming in here. And so this energy, that was a deep sigh, wasn't it? But I feel here, I mean, you got the King of Stones, the King of Pentacles under that too. But I feel like there's, with this Ace and two and then the King, that there is this energy of like two individuals that are going to be presented in your path coming up here. And I don't know, they're bringing in there's an old, it's actually in the Christian Bible. it's about, um, that there was a how did they say it? A counterfeit. Like someone that presents themselves, but that's not the one. It's the one that comes after that is the one. And so I feel like that there is this 2 that come in, and one looks really good on paper, like that King of Pentacles. It's like, wow, they've got abundance, they've got this, they feel like they have all their stuff together and blah 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 blah. And like it looks really good, almost too good to be true energy. And it's like, hmm. And then there's number 2. So let's take a look here. That's the bottom of the deck. So just some awareness going in with your eyes open with what's coming. Let's see what we have here. You got the 6 of stones. So the 6 of stones, the 6 of pentacles is there's like this codependency energy that's coming in here with that energy. And it's like, okay, I get this overgiver. And I feel like that's what this King of Pentacles, this the counterfeit is. It's someone that I have to overgive. No, 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 I don't need anything from you. But this it that's what happens with a codependent relationship, right? You come in as 2 adults, but then it changes into a parent-child relationship. And yeah, normally you're the one that would be this, right? Being the overgiver that we all are. I mean, I feel like a lot of us in this chat, we're the overgivers, right? Our journey is to allow people to give to us because of our childhoods, right? And it's this weird, and you're like, whoa, this feels great. Yeah, I want somebody that is, has their stuff together and, solid and, abundance. Hey, we'll allow someone to be rich, right? We're like, yeah. But when it becomes that parent child, then it's like, wait a minute, I want a equal relationship, equal give and receive, like the higher vibrational energy of the 6 of Pentacles. Be able to give and receive equally, right? That's a bond. But when it's that, it's a parent child, and we don't like that. Especially we don't want to be on that other side, but we don't want to be in that other, dynamic either. So I feel like that's what really starts to show is someone that is, um, this energy, and we're like, oh, it starts to show its head very quickly because it's like, oh no, I'll pay for it. No, I'll do this. No, I'll do that, and that's nice. But then when it's like, no, no, I don't need anything from you, and you're like, well, am I? You just going to put me up on a shelf then? What? Why? Ooh, what's happening here, right? So I feel like that does show its head very quickly. Yeah. Then you have Leo energy here. This fiery, fiery Leo. So I do feel like that's still them. This King of Pentacles, very down to earth, but they also have this Leo type of energy, but it's not higher vibrational Leo energy where someone leads by example. It's someone it's about me. It's about my power. It's I'm the king of the jungle. They're very handsome too. They're very this Leo energy. It's like, wow, rich and beautiful, right? You're like, "Whoa, this is tough. How can I not leave this?" How could I not go for that, right? But again, it feels too good to be true because everything looks good on the surface, but once you start breaking through and seeing what's really behind it, you start to go, "Oh, I see." Right. So let's see where this leads you. Got the 9 of Waters. Yeah, so the 9 of Cups, the dream come true, along with the 3 of Waters, joy and celebration, and the 7 of Stones, the 7 of Pentacles. That is, the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, and there is this patience. And that is that energy like we were talking about in the beginning, right? Wait for it. Wait, right? The dream come true comes someone that brings you joy, and it's going to be that you really it's going to be like your litmus test of to see what is what, because the other is gonna look really good, like I said, on paper. Your mind's gonna go, "Wow, they're beautiful, handsome, whatever." And they are, whoa, they have it together. They're wealthy. They've got all of this stuff. And look at wow. But the joy is missing. It's like it's excitement of things are like, wow, these are like the dream come true kind of things that our mind is. But the heart's going, something's not right here. But when you wait, when you meet whoever this other person is, it's like your heart's going, "Yeah, yeah, 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 yeah," and your mind might be going, "Yeah, but they're not that," but the heart's going, "Yeah, but they're this," and, trust the heart, right? That's what these other 2 cards are. You got the Maid of Skies, which is the Page of Swords. That's the clarity that comes in, so things become crystal clear very fast, and the Five of Skies, yeah. The Five of Swords. There's that battle between the head and the heart. So, you know, when in doubt, we close our eyes and open our heart, and our heart tells us everything we need to know. They're the ones that are connected to the spirit world. And so they know they've got the deets, or they got the 411, right? That's information, right? They've got the understanding of, okay, they see through the veil, they see through the, you know, um, what were we calling it? The imitation, kind of things. Well, and then I don't know if you saw that flip out. I don't know if it was, I think it was on camera. So your fortune cookie says patience. Exactly what you're talking about. So it's like, nah, I'm just gonna wait. Wait for it, you'll see crazy. And then you'll wait for it and you'll find your dream come true. Everything can be accomplished at nature's pace. So don't rush into love. All right. So that's what they have for that one, Sean. So many blessings to you. And then the other one here, it put for today. So I think you're asking for guidance from Spirit for today. Spirit knows what you're wanting to ask. So we'll pull cards here. And of course, if you were like, oh, I didn't put my questions in there, pop them down. We'll get you squared away anyway. All right. So let's take a look here. Got those. Got one of these. 5. Boom, boom, boom. And okay, I want that one there. All right. Bottom of the deck, you have the 7 of Waters. 7 of Cups. A lot of different emotions flowing around. A lot of opportunities coming in here too. So I like that. And because we're here to feel, feel, feel. So I feel like it's a message of there's no wrong emotion. Feel the emotions, flow through the emotions. Don't stuff anything or go, no, it's not worthy of being felt. If it's coming up, it wants to be felt. So feel it and it's okay. There's no wrong or right emotions, just different emotions that bring different experiences and different outcomes. So feel what you want to feel and what's coming up. It doesn't mean you have to act on it, right? I can feel rage and go and scream into a pillow, but it doesn't mean I have to go and smack people, right? Not that you would. I'm just saying that's the example for myself. It's like, I can feel angry. Anger's not a bad. It's a response to something going on. All of our feelings are flags. That's something can be looked on the inside. If I'm feeling joyful and happy, I can look at what's bringing me joy. If I'm feeling blah, I can go, what's bringing me blah, right? So I like that. All right, let's see what else we have here for you. Do you like my sound effects? You have the Fool card. Yeah. So here's this opportunity, this new beginning. See, there's the moon. You can see the moon there. But the Fool card is a brand new beginning, full of possibilities. And there is this childlike energy with the Fool card, and it's we're taught when we're like 7 years old and younger, when our emotional body is being created, that children we basically as humans respond in 3 different ways to things: happiness and joy and laughter, crying and sadness, throwing a tantrum and anger. Right? Pretty much boom, boom, boom. Right? And so we've got this, this energy of um, feeling those things growing up, but usually only one of those is really supported by adults, right? They like the happy, laughing child normally, but the crying child, growing up, we used to always hear, "You better stop that crying, or we're going to give you something to cry about." And then anger and tantrums, of course. Parents don't like that. I'm going to take you out to the car and give you a whooping if you don't stop. So we're taught to suppress those emotions, and we continue to kind of feel like we're not supposed to be angry. We're not supposed to be sad. If you do, people are crazy and out of control. And it's okay to feel those emotions, and I feel like that's an important thing of letting your inner child feel those, and if anything was down there below the surface that you did push down when you were younger because we didn't know what to do with it. Well, if I can't express it, where does it go? Oh, I guess down here. We stick it down in our subconscious. So there is some charged emotions that can be looked at, and we can embrace our inner child. We can kind of reparent our inner child by becoming that parent that is supportive and loving and accepting, and create space for that inner child to express those charged emotions that they've been sitting there charged this whole time because we didn't know what to do with it. It didn't just stop. It had to go somewhere. It couldn't go out here, so it went in here. So we get to express that. I like that. Let's see what else. Yeah, we got the elf stroke, which is the tower card. There is this energy of allowing things to be removed out of our life that don't serve us anymore. They uh, suppressing, pushing it down, whatever we did when we were younger. We did for survival, but now we can let these things go. We can allow this removal, and we don't have to um, shadow work everything that we went through. Sometimes it's just feeling it and allowing that space to just feel, and then it no longer is charged. We integrate it into our experience instead of keeping it here. I can't let this be a part of me, but now we can, like, yeah, I can feel that, and we just feel, and all this stuff just takes care of itself. We don't have to, like, let me journal, let me do everything. There are some things that feel stuck that we can do our shadow work on, but we don't have to shadow work everything. We can just allow ourselves to feel. And like when we had one emotion when we were younger, it could have created 1,000 thoughts, 1,000 rules. Um, but when we take care of the emotion behind those, it kind of just takes care of all that stuff too. It's amazing how our being works. So interesting that that's the energy for today. Maybe some things are being triggered today. That might be the lightning bolt too of the tower card. Something's like, what happened? Let's see what these five cards are here. Five is a conflicting number. So let's see what conflict is being resolved here. So you've got the King of Skies. Yeah, that's the King of Swords. So a lot of clarity that's coming in on things, being able to see things differently, some transformation coming in. Yeah, the Strength card. Here's that connection with our higher self. And we have the strength and the courage to be able to do this, and be that. It's, like the this is our human self, the cat, right? And the higher self, that maiden, that is our higher self, and like how we can be a parent for our, like, our human adult self can be that parent for our little inner child human self. Our higher self can be that loving, unconditionally loving parent for us too. So I like that. This energy, it's very empowering. You also have the Nine of Stones, the Nine of Pentacles. There's this feeling of independence. It's like the hermity energy where we kind of spend time stepping away from people and reflecting, connecting to spirit, especially with that Leo strength card here. That is, and even the King of Swords, that Ace of Swords is about connecting and seeing things from that higher place. So it does feel like stepping away from whatever this thing is that's kind of zappy today helps you transform something very deep, but it releases so much from your mind with that King of Swords. And you have the Queen of Waters. Yeah. So here's that Queen of Cups. She's like The King of Swords is double air energy, which is all about master of mind. The Queen of Cups is double water energy, so she's the master of emotion. So you've got both the master of emotion, the master of mind present here to help you with this and help transform these things. And you have the Maid of Trees. So the Page of Wands. So there is this, it's like this allows you to have like this upgrade in your energy because there's this clog, whatever's in there. And then we were talking about before that we don't have to shadow work everything, but whatever this clog is, once you transform it, it opens up this flood of energy, of creativity, of ideas, etc. So I love that. Where does this all lead you to? King of Trees. Yeah. King of Wands. Really, this energy of deciding what I want. The King of Wands grabs a hold of that energy. So you got the King of Wands, the King of Swords, the Queen of Cups, all this beautiful energy that's coming in here for transformation today. And even you have the Ace of Swords on the bottom, which I love crows and ravens. But there is this energy of seeing things and gaining clarity of what is this thing that's just been grrr inside of me for so long. And I feel like today's the day. Today's the day that you have the ability to really step away and question what is the emotion at the root of this? And in allowing yourself to feel that emotion in the safety of your adult self now, giving your inner child that space to do that, that there's transformation happens. So I love that. Let's see here. Let's go to the Whispering Woods for your fortune cookie here. Okay. All right. Here it is. And you have light. Look to the space between the trees for answers. Wow. So I like that. If you ever, which I know you're an artist, right? It's like when you lay down or you look up in a forest, you look through the trees, you can see the light behind through the leaves. It just allows you to see the blue sky. It allows you to see the light behind it, seeing, and it's like that saying about not being able to see the forest because of the trees or see the trees because you're seeing the forest. This is about getting into finding that space in between those feelings to get to the root of this that has this freedom and this grounding type of energy with that tree energy too. So interesting. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you right now. And again, Shanji, if I totally misread that, like you were looking for something else and you just hadn't put it out here yet, or YouTube, you put them out there and for some reason I'm not seeing them, just repost them and we'll get you squared away too. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. All right. Then we have Ashvin Ray. So, hey, Ashvin, let me get your timestamp here. Put it over here, and we'll throw it out here in the chat as well. All right. And hey, Kitty Cat Black. Shout out to another of my YouTube channel members. You love my shirt, huh? A little Shogun kitty. All right. Make sure I don't miss anyone. Okay. So, Ashvin, thank you so much for your donation, and your question is above. So, an update on your marriage, like when are you meeting your spouse and when are you getting married? All right. Let's see what Spirit has here for us here. All right. So, this is when are you meeting them? And then when are you getting married? And then this one here too. All right. So at the bottom of the deck, you do have the magician energy as the overall energy, which, we get that quite a bit because so much of our life is our energy, right? So, you know, it's a good reminder for us that we're not like little children in the baby seat, in the back seat, and someone else is driving the car of our life. And we're just kind of along for the ride. And they're deciding everything for us, and we're just kind of like, all right, I'm a baby. I'm going to eat what I'm given and change my diaper, right? It's like, no, we're the drivers of the bus. We're the bus driver. We're the one taking this bus with the creator as our co-pilot who's totally responding to our energy. Whatever, like that's a magician, whatever I focus on. So what they plug into the GPS and going, oh, you want that? All right, this is where we're taking you. We're going to take you this route. And then all of our spiritual posse are all the puppies in the back of the bus that are just excited to go along for the ride wherever we're taking them. They don't have an opinion of like, no, no, not there. No, no, not here. They just go, everything's an experience. Let's go. So realizing that we're the ones that are bringing in the experiences in our life, it's good. And at first it's a little bit like, "What? I'm the one," because we think I'm the one to blame, but when we realize there's no blame, it's just we just had experiences, and if we didn't have experiences that we wanted, we can change our energy and bring in different experiences. Then it becomes empowering, right? So, this energy, like if we're talking about marriage, let's just bring in this question, right? So, with this magician being on the bottom of the deck, they're telling us that, um how soon we meet someone, how soon we get married, how soon anything in our life, if I'm focusing on gratitude around things, higher vibration draws in things faster and sooner. Like we don't have like a date, like I'm going to meet, this person on this date at this hour at this time. It's more, here's the earliest I can meet him, here's the latest I can meet him. Here's the earliest I can get married, here's the latest I can get married. And my energy determines where in that range things are going to happen. If I'm focusing on fear, small t truths, a lot of expectations, supposed to be, should be's, need to be's, a lot of wanting, a lot of needing, um, any fear energy, all of that pushes it further in the range. So not sooner, but later. The more I focus on the gratitude of what I do have in my life, um, the love I have had in my life, whether romantic or not, when I'm focused on gratitude, 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 that's higher vibration. And joy, laughter, peace, all that higher vibration brings in things sooner, right? So the more restrictions, the more small t truths rooted in fear I have, the more anchors and the more slowly it comes toward me. Same with marriage. If all the, oh, this is um, who they have to be in this relationship, and this is how I meet them. This is how marriage goes about. This is what marriage has to mean, blah, blah, blah. This is who I have to be in the marriage. All that weighs things down. The more we can get into a space of truly surrendering love and marriage and anything in our life to Creator, going, you know what? I trust you. I'm trusting that you are going to bring in the perfect person, the perfect situations, in the perfect timing, in the perfect way. In the meantime, I'm going to go live my passion, live my heart, not be under all these expectations, all these rules. And I trust. Because where our fear comes in is I need to find love by a certain time in my life or ASAP, right? Um, and that's where it happens because we fear we have these rules. If I don't get if I don't find love by a certain date or marriage by a certain time, then what will people think? I'm failing, I'm not good enough, I'm all those fears, right? When we release all that and we give it to Creator, going, you know what, what's perfect for me. Everyone else has opinion, but I know what's perfect for me, and I trust you, Creator, not all these people with all these opinions that are all based on their fears, then things can unfold. So um, and we can enjoy life along the way, right? So all of that is that for the bottom of the deck, just that energy going into all this. Um, when are you meeting your spouse? These first two cards. So based on all this information, based on current energy, you've got the Lord of the Forest. You've got the Devil card, Capricorn Saturn energy. That is an energy of they rattle our cage, our long held expectations and beliefs. So being reinforced, everything I said, because it's pretty much we're given a lot of things growing up on the shoulds of love and relationships. All these roles from all these different people, our family, society, school, movies, whatever. We gather all this information, all these opinions, and then kind of take a variety of opinions on going, well, this is what how love is supposed to happen, how marriage is supposed to happen cages us in, right? So that's this Capricorn energy. It brings stuff up to shake us up, to free us from all that. Let's see what the second card is here. You got the Eight of Waters. So the Eight of Waters, this, you know, it's not giving us a time. I know I want to know when. When am I going to meet them? But the Eight of Cups is an energy of emotional. It's like they're giving you more of things that could help it be sooner than telling you the dates. Like, it could be tomorrow or 10 years. We're like, "Thanks, Spirit. That's helpful." I like that they're saying, like, you are gonna find love and you are gonna have marriage because 'cause they're not going, "Oh, no, that's not meant for you this lifetime." You definitely will. And they're giving you hints and things on how you can have it be drawn in sooner. The Eight of Cups is like doing an emotional inventory where our emotions are kind of spent in two different directions. One is keeping old emotions suppressed and pushed down. Emotions we felt 7 years old and younger, that especially ones of anger and sadness, that we usually aren't encouraged to do that. We're encouraged to smile and laugh as children, but don't be sad and don't be angry and throw tantrums. No, that's misbehavior. So what do? We don't know what to do with all that. We push it down below the surface, and it takes energy to keep those emotions pushed down below the surface. But as we allow our inner child to feel emotion, give them the space to feel it, the charge goes away. We integrate those memories and those emotions. They already are kind of like a part of us, but they're charged and they're um, vibrating and rippling out into our lives until we allow our inner child to feel them, then we can put them in here. So we give them the space to cry, the space to be angry. We allow it to feel it. We don't need excuses. We don't need to explain it to them. We just create that space for a child to cry, to throw a tantrum. We're here, break something. Go ahead. We allow our inner child to feel those things. Then that emotional energy we were using to keep that below the surface isn't needed anymore. We get that emotion back. And then also relationships. What are these? Where are we investing all of our emotional energy? Are we giving 60, 70, 80, 90% into relationships and other people are only giving 10, 20, 30? That can be, obviously it's not love right now, right? But maybe exes. But family, friends, coworkers, whatever, where we feel we're giving so much and we're just getting a little bit back. It's those relationships that we can question. Is it time? And then we get all that energy back. Or you're like, you know what? I've been teaching people to only give 20%, but if I back off and give 50, I give them the space to make up the difference. And if someone doesn't, then that relationship just drifts away because we were the ones keeping it alive, keeping it there. Then we get all that emotional energy. The reason this is important is one, with the devil card, we're questioning old thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, expectations around love and relationship and marriage, right? And that frees us. But this emotional energy that we're investing everywhere, if we're using a lot of energy to keep emotions down and doing a lot of emotions, dumping it into black holes of relationships where it's a loss, we're working at a loss, we're over giving and we're not getting a whole lot back. We're bleeding emotional energy, and so if our emotional bank is bankrupt or has very low, our heart won't draw in someone to love because it knows I don't have the energy, the emotional energy to give. But once we start bringing all that emotional energy back, we have this full emotional bank. What happens? Our heart is ready. It helps draw it in too. So these are things that can help draw them in sooner than later for that. And then let's like take a look here at marriage. I know I would love to be able to give you a date on all this, but they're like avoiding that right now for that. We'll see if they'll talk about marriage here, but let me take a sip first. I know. But life is like a scavenger hunt. If we knew everything was that, it'd be boring, right? We want boring, right? No, we don't. All right. So, when will you be getting married? So you've got the nine of trees, the nine of wands. So we've got that energy. September is really standing out to me here. And I don't feel like it's September of this year. I feel like based on current energies, there's it's like a September date at some point. And I really don't get that. So I like that we're going based on current energies, you get married in September of some year. Okay. Ha ha ha. Thanks, right? Let's see. You have the full card. There's a lot of possibilities with the full card. That is being free of all these and going, all right, it could be any date, it could be any month, it could be any time. Um, and that's because of the magician energy, right? It depends on my energy. It can be at any time with all these possibilities. Let's see what else we have here. Got the strength card. We got this Leo energy. Leo energy, that is July 20th to August 20th. And so I feel like this is an important energy that comes in here um, because I feel like you meet it's like there's this energy of you meet someone like in August of 1 year or like July 20th to August 20th. You meet them in Leo season. Um, and then you get married not that month, but the September of the following year. That's the current energy that I'm picking up here. It's like when you meet them, you'll meet them in like um based on current energy. It's like you meet them in this period, but then you marry a year later. You have the Queen of Trees, Queen of Wands. Again, coming back to this energy that they're saying, but so that's one possibility, but with the Queen of Wands, the Magician card energy, they're like, it's all up to you. You're driving the bus. So the more that you focus on raising your love vibration, clearing away thoughts and beliefs and mindsets around love and relationship and marriage that don't serve anymore, emotions that don't serve anymore, energy that doesn't serve anymore, physical things in your life that don't serve anymore, the faster that things come in because it's like being on a boat and you have a sail and the wind will take the boat depending on what is on the boat. It'll take it at a certain speed, but the more you've seen the movies where someone's catching up and they need to get rid of stuff so they can move faster or win the race. They're dumping stuff they don't need anymore over the rails into the ocean so that the boat is lighter and you can move faster. That's the same thing there. So that's what they have there. Let's see what else they have here. Let's look. Let's pull from the fortune cookies here. Let's see what they have here for you, Ashvin. What else for the fortune cookies? I know you got to speak to your spirit guides. I want dates and times. So you have property, a property purchase or sale for many, but heed security concerns in any transactions. So this is be aware of where you're putting your worth. I feel more energy here. Unless you're purchasing something or selling something, then really just be aware, really read the fine print on things in any transactions and just be like, okay, don't just blindly trust anyone on any kind of agreements. I feel like that's an important thing there. But It's all about your energy. So that's what they have for you right now, Ashman. I know. I know. I apologize on behalf of your spirit guides. All right. So many blessings to you. All right. Hey, Johanna. Hello, hello. Shout out to other my YouTube channel members. Yes, you went to the event. Oh, wow. I love that. Wow. All right. Well, you are actually up next anyway here. So let's put some. Let me just put here, and then we'll have Happy Pill, and then Valerie. Hey, Valerie. Okay. Oops. Correct that here. Okay. There we go. So, Johanna, let me get your timestamp here. Oh, did I put Ashvin's out here? Yeah, I did. Okay, good. Not falling down on the job. All right. So thank you so much here. Oh, I didn't even give that a love and a like, Ashvin. So sorry. Let me do that. And then Johanna, a love and a like here. All right. So you got to go for a trip. So, and they actually interviewed you and another girl, and you got to chat with them. So what did she think about you? All right. So we got these here. And anything else on this event? All right. We did have these here and these here. All right. Let's see what's going on here. Bottom of the deck here, you do have the King of Cups. So this wonderful balance between heart and head coming in here. So I like that energy. It felt like it felt like perfect, right? It feels like this trip and experience was just a perfect fit. You're just like, wow, it just I almost feel like there is like um isn't a whole lot more that could happen to make it uh even better. I just feel like it was such a great experience. Let's see what she thought of you here. Of course, remember, whatever mindset that she was in is how she saw everything. So, just know this is from the perspective made of skies. So, this is the Page of Swords. So, she did see you as someone intelligent. That's good. So, it's like whatever this interview is, your answers were she was impressed with the answers and the communication because swords rules over that, so I really like that. um and she was like, huh, very well said kind of energy. um and intelligent, like I said. What's below the surface here? Nine of Stones, Nine of Pentacles. That's funny. She um she was really wanting to be by herself. So just know, below the surface, if you picked up on anything, that she was kind of like ready to be in her space, to be with herself, which is interesting. Um, she might be actually be an introvert, uh, but because there is that energy of underneath the surface of wanting to be, and it wasn't like you that they wanted to be away from. They're just like, I'm ready for some silence for a moment. Yeah, and then she did pick up on your Leo energy with the Strength card here, that fire, um, the attractiveness, all the stuff that comes with Leo energy. I feel like you stood apart and stood out with your energy, and she could feel that draw towards you too. So I like that. Let's see what else they want you to know here about this event. So you have the Moon Child, this wonderful moon energy, this Mother Luna carrying energy. Got the and here's the Hermit card. Yeah. So this feeling of not aloneness, but let's see what this other one is here. The Five of Stones, the Five of Pentacles. I like this awareness that came in here because it does feel like I don't know if you felt like spirit was along with you and you just felt this whole time that you're being guided. It's like the moon was a full moon was guiding you, through your journey. It's like that's the way it kind of felt like with spirit. It's like you just felt like you were being drawn through it all in this perfect way with this moon energy um and even with this Five of Pentacles, which is normally a fear of abandonment, of being left behind, being left on the cold, not being good enough, it just feels like you felt so cared for throughout this experience that there was like this trust energy built between you and spirit during this event and during this process where you're just like, you feel so blessed and you feel so I don't know, taken care of kind of energy. I don't know if that I'm trying to put it to words, but it just feels I feel safe, I feel cared for, I feel enough, I feel worthy, I feel gratitude and gratefulness. But there's this trust of building like you will always take care of me kind of energy that's kind of weaved in between there. Let's see what else is here. The Ace of Cups. Whoops. Yeah, and here's this Ace of Cups, this self-love energy and this feeling of fullness that comes in. And with the Tower card too, it's an energy of that you will always remove obstacles out of the way. And this realizing things are always unfolding for me. Things are not happening to me, they're always happening for me. I just feel like there's this kind of energy below the surface that was kind of just something was changing inside of you through this process. You were experiencing it consciously, but there was a lot of subconscious things that were just falling into place below the surface. I feel like you feel like you're changed coming back. And you were like, I don't know what it is. Was it them? And you're like, no, it was this experience, whole experience of how fast it happened, how grateful you feel about it. This the ability of everything falling into place, obstacles just taking care of themselves, kind of coming in. Yep, and you got the Witch of Waters and the Three of Waters. So you got this joy, joy, joy in your heart, and the Knight of Cups with this movement and this opening and this all of this feels like a part of your adventure, the quest of finding your self-love, and I feel like something clicked again. Just that you're realizing that all of this emotional energy you feel from creator, you feel from your higher self, just like there's this worthiness energy that came in here and you knew it in your brain, but I feel like something clicked where experiencing all this, it changed into this knowing in your heart, if that makes sense. Interesting. So that is what's coming in here. Let's get to your fortune cookie. I love this for you. How fun. And let's see, let's go to the from the heart affirmations for your fortune cookie here. All right, here we go. And it says, I release old burdens and expectations of love. I am free to choose with confidence. Wow. Beautiful card there. See, can I bring it in closer? There we go. It's not very clear, but at least you can see it. So that is what they have for you, Johanna. So thank you very much again for your donation. I'm so glad you had a fun trip. Hey, Dragonfly. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Just stopping by to say hi. We'll take all the peace and love and all the good energy. Much love to you. Good to see you. Hey, Sean G. Hey. So I gave you two readings. If you want to listen to them and see if they were what what uh, what you were looking for, I went off of what was on the Cash Apps. Here's the link or the timestamp if you want to check them out. And as I say in there, if it was just that you didn't have put your questions out yet, pop out your questions. We'll get you squared away. All right. So, up next we have Happy Pill. Happy Pill, thank you so much. Here's your first one here. Let's put out that timestamp. Here we go. Oh, before you lost service. Oh, no. All right. Well, check out the questions and see if they happen to be the ones that you were wanting. If not, then just pop down your questions and I will do those. The train. All right. Absolutely. All right. So Happy Pill. So your first one up here, thank you for that. Let's give that a love and a like here. And we'll jump to Valerie Calver and then back to you for your second one. All right. So spiritual life and love life messages. All right. Let's take a look. Take a quick sip here. All right. So let's talk about spiritual life first. Okay. That one. And then love life, right? Yep. Love messages. Love life messages. Come on. I want this one right here. All right. Trying to run away. All righty. So let us dive in here. I don't feel like they want to have the bottom of the deck. So we're going to leave that over there. So spiritual life first here, you've got the Fool card and the Seven of Stones, the Seven of Pentacles. So there is this new beginning coming in here with your spiritual life. You know, the Fool card is the first card in the major arcana, which represents the ending of an old cycle, the beginning of something brand new. Excuse me. And I like that energy because all that astrological energy definitely supports change and movement. It's like you've reached a certain point and you're like, okay, this has brought me what I've wanted. But now with the Seven of Pentacles, the Seven of Pentacles has different energies, but the energy that's coming in for it is you saw the fruit and you're like, okay, it brought me what I wanted, but now I want different fruit. And so you're making a spiritual change, a significant one with the Full card, and it's a world of possibilities. And I feel like you're stepping out of, if you were in any kind of organized spirituality or, you know, a certain belief system that you're kind of looking at, not abandoning it, but you're like, okay, that's knowledge and experience, whatever I'm putting here. But now I want to expand into something new, into something different. And I feel like that is coming your way here. You've got the Eight of Skies and the Four of Stones. So part of the spiritual awakening comes in here with the Eight of Swords is, you know, realizing those beliefs that you've had before, even spiritual beliefs that kind of made you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted, that you're realizing that doesn't feel like who I am and where I want to head. That's why I feel like you're kind of putting some spiritual beliefs to the side. You're gleaning the things that kind of felt right for you here. That felt like home with this Four of Stones, the Four of Pentacles. That feels like back home, which is unconditional love. It's a place of unconditional love. Capital H home, right? the place from whence we come and where our higher self is sitting. But I feel like you are in this wonderful transformative time of weeding out. And it's like when people are like, well, how can you tell like when a religious text, whether it's of man or of creator, you know, uh, what's the truth and what's not? And I'm like, well, number one, if a human is involved in writing anything, always take it with a grain of salt, knowing that there's probably going to be some human ego, small t, truths of fear being expressed in some way through it, right? Because that's human. When it comes through a human, that's a part of our being, even if we aren't intentionally doing something, it's going to filter in. Because someone asked, they go, because I used to be a Christian, and I had like decades and maybe let's see, 13 to 29, so 16 years I was in that organized religion, and I had friends who asked me, well, how do you know what's of God and what's not? And I go, well, if you look like at the Christian Bible, there's things in it that are of unconditional love, and I'm like, yeah, that's where I got to experience the unconditional love of creator, got introduced. I don't disorganize religions. It's how many of us remember and get back in contact with the spirit world. But it can also hold us back, and we're taught to stay in this box instead of develop a personal relationship with the creator. And then if you look at other things, I'm like that, if it's of fear, then that's of man. If it's of unconditional love, it's of creator. And I feel like that's the sifting that you're doing in your spirituality is you're really realizing, "Oh, okay, what is of God and what is of man." And it's like, "Yep, that's the litmus test. Does it have a taint of fear? Yep, that's human. Judgment and hell and control and all that, that's human fear-based energies, right? But unconditional love and joy and freedom and limitlessness and powerfulness, and that's of creator, right? So and I feel like that's where you're at. You're ready for this new fresh perspective. You're ready to really dive into this personal relationship with creator, not one that's like that. I usually look at like organized religions and organized spirituality as like a party we're invited to. Someone goes, "Come on, I have someone I'd like you to meet," and they tell us all about their perception of their relationship with the creator. And they're like, "Well, you just got to be careful. Don't piss them off. They'll send you to hell, you know, um, and stay on their good side, whatever you do." And then you meet the creator, and you're like, "Doesn't seem like you are like what I've heard." And they're like, "Yeah, I know. I have a lot of different interactions with a lot of different people, and I've heard the rumors, and but that's not who I am." And they're like, "Would you like to like get out of here and let's go get coffee? Let's start our personal relationship." You're like, "Yeah." And then you start developing it and you start leaving all these opinions behind and you start this pure relationship. I feel like this is where you're headed. Yeah, the queen of, Elfane, which is the empress. Freedom from all these rules. That's funny. It's so perfect because in the major arcana, the empress is mother nature. She's out in nature. It's just the I guess, rules of nature, natural laws, nature's laws. you know. But after that comes the emperor, who has all these rules of society, and after that, the hierophant, the rules of spirituality. The empress comes before all that. She's like, no, thank you to all those rules, because she's free. She has this freedom. We're connecting, in that. So I love that for you, for your spirituality, this growth that's happening, this unique relationship that has creativity and expansiveness and joy and all this emotional connection with creator and with spirit. So I feel like you're going to a new level in your relationship, your personal relationship with the spirit world. I like it. And then love, yeah, that would just roll out, because the more you open up to that love from above, the more you're filling up with that love, you fill up and it overflows. That changes all of your relationships with the outside world, including love. So let's look at love messages here. You got the King of Skies. Yeah, King of Skies, King of Swords, all about the mind and mental energy. But the King of Skies, the King of Swords, is the master of it. They hold the Ace of Swords, which allows you to see things from a higher perspective and cut away the small t truths that don't serve anymore, right? So I really like that, you know, um, release of old ways of thinking that frees you and allows you to see love in a different way, right? Because if we can look at our relationship with creator and spirit world in a different way, we look at our self-love a different way, and then we look at our loving relationships with others in a different way. Under that, you've got the Seven of Trees, the Seven of Wands. I like this. This is about being true to your authentic self, not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine, not needing to defend who you are. But this is about for love, it's important for you to be true to you and not try to think again with all that thinking energy released from it. Like, I need to be this person. I should be this. In order for me to find love, I need to be this because this is what people want. So I got to present myself as this. It's like, no, because eventually they'll find out that's not you. Right? That's the whole thing we're taught. Pretend to be this. And when you get them in your clutches, then you can be you after a while. But it's like, no, this is about save yourself all that trouble. Be true to you, live your passions, go do the things you love. And in doing the things you love and being who you are, it attracts the right person that's going to love you for who you are. They're going to be, when you're doing things that you love to do, you actually have someone that's doing the same. And then you have that in common. And a spark happens and a relationship grows from it rather than my goal is to have a relationship, and then after we have a relationship, we'll find out what we have in common and, try to do it. It feels like work. It feels like backwards. It's like, go live your life, live your passions, be you. You draw someone to you that is the same and you're drawn to them versus trying to find love, right? Let's see what else we have here. Yep, you got the Sun card. Again, both of this energy, the Seven of Trees, it's like the sun does not ask permission to shine. It does not dim its light for anyone. It is definitely about shine bright, be you, and then you draw that perfect person. I like this. And then you have the Three of Swords, the Three of Skies. That is the expectations equal disappointment. It's also this um, great awareness about heartbreak, that the lie that heartbreak is. And it's a good thing to be aware of, that heartbreak is a lie. And um you know there's this I know. And when I first heard that, I'm like, well, what explain this pain I felt in my heart all these times with those people, you know, that sure felt like my heart was breaking. But they explained to me that it's actually the pain in our heart, the prick we feel in our heart is fear. And they were like, remember, like when your brother used to scare the crap out of you, and I also scared the crap out of my brother. It's what brothers and siblings do. But as soon as I knew it was them, it stopped, right? The feeling went away because I'm like, "Oh, it's you." I'm safe. Or I'm safer than I thought I was. And that's what heartbreak is when we have it, but it's an emotional monster. Someone does something we think we're unlovable or rejectable or something, it ignites that fear. "Oh god, I'm I'm rejectable." And the reason why it doesn't just go away is because usually our emotional monster, that emotional belief doesn't just go away. We have to like transform it. Takes time to transform it. In the meantime, while I'm thinking about what's happening, I'm feeling that heartbreak loop and loop and loop and loop till I'm distracted by something. Then it does dissipate. I go to sleep, it dissipates. It doesn't continue on 24/7 until I remember again, "Oh, that's right, that person did that," or something reminds me of them, I'm like, "Oh my gosh, they're out of my life, and they said this about me," and then it loops again, right, until it doesn't. Or until I transform and I realize, what this belief of their actions or non-actions, their words or silence, it meant something about my worth, my lovability, my acceptability, and I'm like, "No, it doesn't." And once you realize that, then if any fear arises, it we were like, "No, no, no, that's not about me." It dissipates, like, when my brother scared me. So I feel like that's an important thing for you to know regarding love there. I feel like we're being drawn here to the from your heart affirmations for your oracle, not your oracle, your fortune cookie. Where did that come from? All right. And my heart is open to freely expressing love. There you go. Just expressing yourself, not trying to match anyone expectation of supposed to be and should be and need to be, because expectations equal disappointment, right? It's like, yeah, I'm just gonna be me. And I like that for you. Right. So that's your first one there, happy pill. We will return to yours in a moment here. All right. So, Valerie Carver, you are up. Let me grab your timestamp here. All right. Put it down here. Boom, boom. Oh, sorry, I didn't grab everything. I thought I did. That doesn't help. Let me put that. There we go. Here, let me just get rid of that. Get rid of the mistake. Remove. Psh, psh. There it goes. All right. So, Valerie, thank you for your donation. Let's give that a love and a like there. And I am doing well. I hope you're doing well. Happy Easter to you as well. And you'd like a general reading. Let's see what Spirit has here for you. All right. Sorry if you hear my stomach growling. It's roar, roar, roar. It has plenty to eat off here, so don't worry about me at all. Let me take a sip of my coffee, though. We'll fill it up with liquid for a little bit. All right. So, bottom of the deck, you do have the Queen of Stones, the Queen of Pentacles. This is a beautiful energy of Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. Underneath that, you have the Three of Stones, the Three of Pentacles, too. And I feel like we wanted to talk about that because the Queen of Stones is a lot like the Empress, the master number, well, master number, but major arcana number 3. She's a lot of the energy like the Queen of Pentacles. Well, the Queen of Pentacles is more like her because she rolls over all 4 queens, sorry. But it is that Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, birthing, creativity, be true to your authentic self, follow your heart energy that comes in here. And there is this feeling of nudging, of being true to you, of, in making decisions and doing things. This is about you, um, like making choices that have you in mind instead of everyone else. Like, how we can sacrifice ourselves and we leave ourselves with crumbs as long as everyone else is taken care of. This is the exact opposite of that, of you get to fill up and everyone else gets the overflow. Because the best gift you can give the world is a healthy, full, creatively flowing and expressing you. And I like that energy. It's like coming back to you and allowing yourself to be first. I know we're taught like opposite of that, right? Sacrifice, sacrifice. Then if anything's left over, you get that. But this is like, no, the greatest gift you can give is that full you. Otherwise, you are like this barrel where you're plugging in everyone and you're giving it to everyone else, and you're feeling drained and empty and tired, and then you give and give and give until like you're exhausted, right? But you continue to give until you're resentful. And there's this freedom. It's like unplugging all that, trading in that barrel for a chalice. You become this chalice. There's no way for you to plug anyone in. How anyone gets anything is you have to fill up first, and then everyone gets the overflow. And trust me, the on that barrel, when they were getting the stuff on the bottom that was bitter, sour water, when it's that chalice, it's like sweet nectar from the gods that flows over. They will take one drop of that in trade of gallons and gallons and gallons of that barrel because it's such a pure love versus the, you know, feelings of like we're doing things out of um what's the word we're looking for? We're doing it out of obligation. That's the word, obligation. Like, well, this is what I'm supposed to do, so I'm obligated. I'm doing it out of expectation, out of obligation. Ugh. It's just getting up to 0, right? Yeah. And, well, necessity, it's like, for what's really necessary, you know, it's like, unless they're a child that can't take care of themselves, a real child, not a child in an adult's body, but a real child, of course, we do have to do that. Yeah, not really, right? But when it's like, "Oh, it's necessary for me." No, they're an adult, they can take care of themselves. If not, it's like, I d I don't know why they're doing it this way. It's like, when a cat is in a tree, people are like, "Oh, I have to call a fire department. We have to rescue the cat in the tree." My mom called the fire department once because we had a cat that was in someone else's yard that had a dog, and it wouldn't come down because it was scared, right? Um, but so she called him, and the fire department goes, That's just on the movies. We actually don't go rescue cats from trees." And my mom's like, "Why not?" And he said, "Because you never find cat skeletons in trees. Because when they're hungry enough, they come down." And that's the necessity. That's that thing. I don't have to feed. I don't have to, rescue people. When they've had enough, they will rescue themselves. Um, and I get to focus the energy back to me. I like that energy. That was funny. I forgot about that story. But yeah, yeah, your children look after themselves. But whatever this energy of other people, right? It's that we feel like we have to give so much, but it's okay for you to fill up and then overflow, right? So that's the bottom energy. Let's see what this first card up here. Yeah, the Queen of Skies, Queen of Swords. This beautiful balance between head and heart. Our mind will have all these expectations, but when we allow our heart to come in, then there's this beautiful balance of energy instead of feeling way out of balance, right? And what else we have here? You got the Witch of Stones, which the Witch of Stones is the Knight of Pentacles. So this is a slow moving energy. Let's see what this is about. We got the Maid of Trees, which is the Page of Wands, and then also the Ace of Skies, the Ace of Swords. Wow, some really powerful energy here because it feels like something that has been moving very slow is about to pick up very fast here suddenly. And it's because with new clarity coming in, whatever this stagnancy or whatever this barrier that's been holding us back, we're now going, no, I deserve this. I can have this for me. We're gonna and then things flow here. So this awareness has really allowed us. Not king, the Knight of Pentacles is also like this quest of seeing our worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way. And it is a big aha when we realize, out of anyone in the world, I'm the one that deserves my love. And so loving ourselves first, then we fill up and we're able to love others because, of course, we can't love someone else greater than the amount we love ourselves, nor receive love from others greater than the amount we love ourselves. It's like Jesus said, right? Love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, soul, and mind, body, and love others as you love yourself. So we have to look at how we love ourselves first, because if we don't love ourselves very much, that's not going to be very nice. On how we treat others too, right? So it's like, oh, expanding self love. But I love this. worthiness, this permission to make decisions that are good for you and putting your health and your love and your mental health and emotional health and spiritual health and energetic health and physical health, that you get to put that first. So I love this for you. And these other, you have the Nine of Stones and the Land, which is the universe or the world card. So the Nine of Pentacles is being in this beautiful place with spirit. And there is this, the world card is like an ending of a major cycle and the beginning of a new adventure. In fact, on the bottom of the deck, underneath that, those other cards, you have the Fool card, which is the first card in the major arcana. So you are ready to release some old ways of being, old ways of thinking. It's like, I've learned what I needed through all that, but now I'm ready for a new phase of your life. And this is about independence. This Nine of Pentacles, it's a hermit number of the outside world. It's like, I can be with spirit though in this garden, and it's me time. It just feels like it's me time, kind of energy. Underneath that, the Two of Trees. Yeah, we've got the Two of Wands. So can invest your energy in two different directions. Um, and we can balance that energy, right? Because we tend to be way out of balance. So even when we balance it to being like, well, I'm gonna at least give myself equal what I'm giving other people, that almost feels selfish because of how we're raised and and how we do it. But it's like, balance it out and allow yourself that, and then allow yourself a little more, and allow yourself a little more, and allow yourself a little more. We don't have to go, from this to this, but we can at least bring it to here and then see how that feels, because I feel like it's a time for you to put yourself as a priority. Um, and I love that for you. Um, Not that we need permission, but spirit saying, yeah, you can totally do that. So I love that. Let's see here. I feel like we're going to go to these whispering woods for your fortune cookie. All right, boom. Did you see that? Flow. Go with the flow as water trickles down a stream. Do not hurry. Merrily, 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 merrily. Right? Life is but a dream. So I love that. Flow. Go with the flow as water trickles down a stream. But I like that overflow. Allow yourself to fill up. Allow people to have that overflow. So hopefully that resonates for you. That's what they have for you right now, Valerie. I like it. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Happy Pill, we are back over to you. Let me put your timestamp here. I'm just going to put them both together just for convenience and laziness. All right. So Happy Pill, thank you for your additional donation. Let's give that a love and a like here. All right. Anything extra which Spirit wants to tell? You too, Valerie. Have a blessed day. So, Happy Pal, I feel like we do want to go to an oracle card here for you, because I think we had a Freudian slip earlier that said, "Oh, and your oracle," but I feel like you do get an oracle. So this is what we're going to go to the Oracle of the Unicorns. So let's take a look here. What? All right, there we go. Boom, boom, boom. Beautiful, beautiful card. See if I can get it without a big glare on there. You got expansion coming in there. And expansion says, spread your wings and soar. Share your message and shine your light. Show the world what you're made out of. Ooh, I love that. So it says, you are brilliant, talented, and it is now time to soar into your success. Your soul is calling you to share your message, shine your light, and make a difference. Have the courage to do the things that you're scared of. Stretch out of your comfort zone and into your potential. Although you may feel some discomfort at first, you will soon feel like this Pegasus, flying out of the clouds and into brighter skies. Do not allow anyone or anything to clip your wings, keep you grounded, or make you feel less than you really are. Others may feel uncomfortable as you expand. They are just anxious you will leave them behind. Instead of shrinking yourself to appease their fears, stay true to your path and continue soaring higher and shining brighter. By doing this, you will show them how to do the same. It is up to them to have the courage to follow. You came here for greatness, and it is now time to show the world your magic. Ooh, very powerful. I love that for you, Happy Pill. So that is their additional message for you. I feel like it kind of reinforces your other one. And then let's give you a fortune cookie. Let's see what else they have here for you. All right. And you have travel. Long distance communication will open up your life. Exciting experiences for singles and career advancement for others. So I like that for you if you wanted to do some travel. But I like this exciting experiences, career advancement. But this long distance communication could be a part of what you're expanding into, too. Very expansive energy. So I like that. All right. So that's what they have for you, Happy Pill. So many blessings to you. All right. You're very welcome, Johanna. All right. Guerrera means war. Hello, hello, my dear. Let's get your timestamp out here. Perfect timing. Let's put this out here. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, you just wanted to thank me from the reading yesterday. It was encouraging. Appreciate your insight. Oh, well, thank you very much. So you don't have an additional question? It's just a tip. Thank you so much. Oh, that means a lot. I don't have that happen very often. So thank you. I really appreciate that. Look at I'm all grinning and giddy. You're so generous. I love that. Thank you. I appreciate that. All righty. Oh, awesome. Please do. I love hearing how things are unfolding. So I appreciate that. You know me, I'm nosy. I like to know stuff. That's funny. All right. So many blessings. I really appreciate that. All right. And then Johanna, as soon as you put your additional question there, I'll jump to you there. So I could take a quick sip here. You know, people always put I don't know, are you one of the ones that do that too? They're like, please feel free to get nosy. And I'm like, moi? Do I get nosy? I do. All righty. So let's take a look here too. I think that'll be the last of those. Let me just take a look here to see. Okay, I think we'll get there. All right, what I'll do here while we're waiting, Johanna, for you to put your question, I'm going to jump to Happy Pill. You wanted a general reading and guidance, was your free one. So let me put that up here. I should have grabbed a timestamp. Let's do 2/28/45. So for your free, whoops, didn't put a space in there. All right. So we'll do that here just to keep things rolling along. So Happy Pill, thank you for your donations earlier. So for your free reading, let's see what else they want. General reading and guidance. Let's see what else they want you to know here. Okay, yep, that's right. Free readings are just two. I'm like, is there more? Like, nope, the two. So you got the Maid of Skies, which is the Page of Swords, and you've got the Spinner of Threads, which is the Wheel of Fortune card coming in here. And I like this for you because I feel like this they're telling you here you're going to have this big revelation that's coming up because the Wheel of Fortune is about, it's like everything that happens in our life happens for us. We come down to experience what might it feel like if we feel like life is happening to us, which takes us into our victimhood and the drama of a victim, a villain, and a hero. And it's the drama. It's one of the things we come here to experience. There's nothing wrong with that. But this combination tells us that you're going to get a revelation where your human is going to go, oh, I see why that was happening for me. The tune of for you, the for tune. And so I feel like it's something that had happened before where your human is going, how is that for me? Because our human sometimes because of our conditioning and it's like, oh, this happens, it's bad. So why are bad things happening to me? Really, things just happen in the outside world. They just are till they get in this noggin. And then our little conditioning judges it as good or bad or ugly or whatever, right? It's like, oh, that was bad. And again, why are bad things happening to me? I don't deserve to have bad things happening. Like, you're right. Everything is always happening for us. This aha that comes in is we're realizing, oh, now I see why that had to happen for this to unfold, to bring me this, which I'm so happy I'm getting this. And I see now the, all the little cogs in the mechanism that needed to happen to bring it to me. Now I get it. Now I'm grateful that that happened. Whereas before, maybe I was resentful or, I don't want, why did that happen? But there's this clarity that comes in where it's like, I get it. Now I know, you know, aha, that comes in. So I love that for you. So that is what they have for you, Happy Pill. So many blessings to you. All right. And this was Gabriette that I had answered that. So yeah, so you can ask another question, Johanna. It wasn't the interviewer. I felt it was um Gabriette because you got to meet them. And I feel like she might have like actually heard your interview um and saw it. Um because she did have these thoughts of like, oh, I liked your answers, during the interview. I like what you said, and that kind of thing. So we definitely had that energy that was there, and that Leo energy. She was like, whoa, what is this? You're like stood out to her as well. So that is that. So you can throw another question out there if you would like. So I will wait. You can put a new question out there. Zoom, zoom, zoom. The interviewer hated you. Just telling you. No, I'm just kidding. Who would hate you? You know, little bright sparkler that you are. All right. And then just to keep everyone abreast of where we're at, if I don't get any other donations, I don't have any other free readings from my YouTube channel members. So we'll be jumping into the free readings here in a moment, and I will put timestamps for those too, of course. All right. So Johanna, thank you for your additional question here. Let me put your additional timestamp here. Just put it in here. Glad you have a sense of humor. Give that a love and a like. Thank you for your additional donation. So, why do you love flying so much? You felt like a special experience, right? I don't know if in the Praying Mantis session, I don't know if you, listened to it, but I said, um, you enjoy flying?" I go, "You're taking a plane. What is your broom broken?" So it's too funny. Alright, so let's take a look here. Why do you love flying so much? Let's see what spirit has to say. Alright. I do want those and this one here. This adventure. Yeah. So you have the 6 of waters, the 6 of cups on the bottom here. This is there's childhood energy here. I don't know if you had, if you traveled on a plane when you were, like, young, but I feel like that's part of it that it's like this childlike experience of adventure. We love going to see new things and doing new things. It's like unwrapping a present. That's the kind of energy that's coming in here, right? You heard the broom joke. So I like that. And the 6 of cups, this past life energy too. You like going and visiting different places because especially when you're drawn to different locations, like if you're like, "Oh, I wanna go to this place, I'm just really drawn to it," it's because you lived there before in a past life. And this traveling, in addition to that, that adventure kind of energy, it is also this, um, like a coming home kind of feel to it when you go to certain places. So there's a couple different reasons. It depends on where you're going, of course. Like in this case, I don't know if when you were going to Sweden, if it was like you lived there before that you were just more being drawn to the event. But if you ever are like looking at a location going, oh, I want to go, I want to go visit there. It's because a past life is drawing you there, right? Oh, okay. I need to travel more. Yes, astrology too. So I can imagine that. Let's see what else we have here. That's just the bottom of the deck with that. You have the Fool. Yeah, here's the sense of adventure and Capricorn 10th house energy with Saturn. Oh, you're in Helsinki. Oh, how fun. So the Fool card is this new adventure, this breaking free. Okay, yeah, that thank you because I felt that energy in the beginning too. It's like you can sometimes feel trapped and getting away allows you to feel like you're not trapped as well. And this new adventure feeling is like a puppy breaking free of its kennel. Yay! That's the kind of energy. We kind of talk about that sense of adventure, but there's also a little piece of it of, you know, having feeling trapped and being able to go experience new things and to get gone kind of energy. And then also you've got the magician and the 7 of trees, the 7 of pentacles. Yeah. And you get bored easy too. Here, the magician, I just feels this fire energy, which, yeah, you have fire energy, right? So it's the sense of adventure, the sense of getting bored with things and going, well, that's good fruit, but I want something new. I want something different. So there's that. Um, you get, you hate a rut, you hate that's why you like going and changing jobs and doing different things and experiences too, because you're like, "Uh, uh," you just get bored very quickly, and so that's also why you like traveling, 'cause flying is the great escape, because it's the anticipation of where you're going and the newness of things definitely is there, so I like that. What's this other one here? Yep, 9 of water, 9 of cups. Here's that ninth house energy you're talking about. This emotional energy of wanting to see foreign things and this desire to learn about new places and learning about the history, learning about the people, tasting the new food and all that too. Yeah. Yeah. And it is instead of feeling like it's something wrong that you're feeling, you're realizing this is part of who you are and I like that energy, So I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. So hopefully that sheds some light, and like you said, you knew your ninth house, you know, but now you're like, yeah, I get it, that it's part of me that your Leo energy doesn't want to be a caged lion. It needs freedom. It needs adventure. It needs exploration. So it's part of all that. Let's see what else they have here. Your Whispering Woods fortune cookie here. All right. Yeah. You got transform. Beautiful energy. Emerge with beauty and grace from your cocoon. Yeah, that's what a butterfly flies. I love that analogy, because caterpillar, slow moving. It's like, so you go into this cocoon, you transform, like you said, healing, but it's transformation, right? Now a butterfly, they migrate thousands of miles. It can go places a caterpillar could never go. So how cool is that? I love that. All right. So that's what they have for you right now, Johanna. Enjoy your little mini adventure there, or it's a grand adventure. It's not a mini adventure, it's a grand adventure. So I love that. So thanks for visiting us while you're on your journey there. So many blessings to you. And then Crescent Moon, you are up. Hello, hello. Let's grab your time stamp. You're very welcome. All right, let's give that a love and a like here. Crescent Moon. Yes, it is a great adventure. So, a follow up question below. So, how likely will Sagittarius and you get pregnant next month? Right? I know when I mentioned that, it was like, whoa, you're like, uh oh. The reading and the outcome. All right. So, based on current energy, well, they can't get pregnant. I like the we. Uh, or the Sagittarius and you. Well, from them, right? Okay, here we go. First card up. So how likely, and then the outcome. Let's take a look at all this here in this one, and that's the bottom. So we'll see that already. All right. So let's put these here. We'll see here the outcome, though. Let's see what all this is about. You got quite a bit of cards for an outcome, but all right. Bottom of the deck, we do have the 10 of Wands. There's a lot of fire, a lot of passionate energy here. Definitely, it feels big, right? This passion, this fire energy. It's like it's been building up for a while. Uh-oh. All right, so that's the bottom of the deck. Let's see what this first card is. How likely are you to get pregnant next month? You got the King of Waters. There's this balance between head and heart here. Excuse me. They have this it is energy of this fit and I usually say this, and whenever I say it, it's like what I pictured in my head, but I never really have talked about it. But when it's like someone that's very compatible, that fits like a glove. Usually, I mean emotionally, mentally, energetically, but this is physically. You guys just fit, right? So, I feel like there is a high chance here with that 10 of Wands and that energy. It's like you guys are just so compatible physically that it's just like ripe for pregnancy. So let's see what the outcome is. So there's a high chance here with these two cards coming in, if you don't take precautions, of course. Um, now let's see. You've got one, two. Let's see, three, four, five, six, three, six, eight cards for this. outcome. So let's see what's coming in here. Up first, we've got the Maid of Skies. So the Page of Swords. This is clarity. Um, but it's also like new communication, enhanced communication. It's like, you got to talk to me now. Oh, let's see what else we have. We have the Ace of Waters, the Ace of Cups. So there is this heightened emotional connection. It's like a new beginning of new emotion, kind of what I'm picking up on there. There's 3 cards underneath that and then 1 more card underneath that. So these 3 cards are like the underlying energy under this Ace of Cups. Let's see what this is. Got the 9 of Cups. So there is kind of like a dream come true kind of energy here. And I don't know if it's one of you wants children or both of you want children, but there is like this feeling of I always wanted a child kind of energy that's here. Let's see what else. 5 of Skies. Yeah, of course, there's going to be conflict here between head and heart. What the heart wants and what the head thinks is reasonable and, all that. There's always a battle when we're in a situation, even people who are happily married that are thinking they want children. There's a conflict of when are we going to be ready? We have to do all this to be ready for a child. It's like humans are never ready for a child. There's never going to be a right time. There's always something else. Well, this needs to happen versus this needs to. That's just it's never the perfect timing, right? And then we've got the 10 of Stones. Yeah, 10 of Pentacles, fullness of life. Again, the 10 of Pentacles usually shows a partnership with a child, with a dog, with an old man ancestry and family and all the pentacles and then the coin and then the palace, the home. So there is all this fullness of stuff that comes together with all this stuff here. So I feel like there's all this dream come true energy that bubbles below the surface that is like that is the beginning of my dreams coming true kind of energy, that it's like wow, you know and then below all that is the 3 of Trees. Yeah, the 3 of Wands. And this is with new information. It's like a different path is taken with this new communication, with this new information. It just changes the path. Of course, it, you know, a child definitely always changes the path, right? But there is this under the surface here. I love all these squirrels. But it is like a change, uh, an alteration of course. Let's see what these other last 2 cards are here too for an outcome. Got the Witch of Waters, the Knight of Cups, movement of motion, and underneath that, we've got the 7 of Skies. So the 7 of Swords that comes in here, so the 7 of Swords is a card of thieving, of I don't necessarily feel like betrayal, but there is this being aware of the lies that starting here of our own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that cheat us out of gifts and opportunities in our life because of these restricting mindsets, right? But there is this movement that comes in, and it's about I feel like it's so important have honesty and you know um in truth and being upfront, not trying to manipulate or do something. It's all about being truthful and honest upfront. So I kind of feel like this energy. Like, we don't want to do something to try to capture someone. I don't feel like you would do that, but I just feel like it needs to be said that, you just wanna be completely honest and upfront. Um, you know, I wouldn't mind having a baby, but if you want to be safe, then you need to, double wrap that thing. Whoa. But I feel like it's just about being honest, and if they're like, hopefully I didn't scare him to death, and like, "Oh, yeah, no." But let's take a look here. You wanted to just to follow up on what ways does this 3 of Wands change things, right? Got the 8 of Waters, the 8 of Cups. This is leaving behind emotions and relationships that don't serve anymore. That's a flow energy. That can go either way. Let's just get some more clarity here. Okay, thank you. Yep, got the 5 of Trees, the 5 of Wands. That is a change of conflicting energy from lower vibrational to higher vibrational. And the 4 of Pentacles, it does bring a solid foundation in the outside world. So it does feel like it would change things. Um, it would bring in a more of a solid foundation because I feel like like they would. I don't feel like they're like a jerk where they would be like, "That's your problem, not mine." I feel like they would be like um, connected with that, and it would alter where they would change their interactions in a positive way. It would become more solid foundation, become more of each other's lives. Um, I feel like the energy now, it's not telling us whether that would lead because there would still be a lot of different paths of possibility for the future. I don't know if that they would choose to be like they choose to be a part of the child's life, not necessarily yours. It doesn't mean that they wouldn't. I just clarifying, being clear with it. All right. So let's take a look here. Your fortune cookie here. What else about this situation here? There we go. Assert yourself. Whoa. Go for what you want. The time is ripe for soulmate connections. Birth of a child is also likely. Oh my God. Right here. Birth of a child is likely. Isn't that crazy? Let's see here. Boy or girl? Oh my gosh. That's crazy. I love that. Let's see. You got the 7 of stones, the 7 of pentacles. Um, I feel with that because I'm not getting energy either way. They're like, patience, just wait. So they're like, nope, that's it. Now it's patience. The last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. I know, right? You just dropped your phone. What the hell? I know, right? Birth of a child is also likely. So, whoa. So be very, very certain what you want. And if you're like, you know what? Because it's power of choice. It's not, this is an entry point for a child coming into your life, but it's not the only one. It's a possibility. It's not a in stone birth, but you can't make that up. Holy crap. All right. So breathe. Get used to Lamaze. The craziest you've had to date. I know, right? Craziness, craziness. Oh my goodness. All right. Wow, wow, wow. So thank you again for the entertainment and the humor and the donation as well. So thank you for that. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right. Let's see. I have a couple through PayPal. All right, Maria P. Thank you so much for your dual donations here. Let's throw your timestamp down here in the chat. All right. Oh, I love that. Yeah, you thought you were shocked last night. Now we know why they mentioned that crescent moon. Oh, it's hilarious. I love that, Maria. You're like, sorry if I don't say some. I just know a lot about you that you don't know. He's like, holy crap. All right. So let's jump in here, Maria. Let me pull up your emails here for Z PayPal. There we go. Whoa, stop that. There we go. All right, let me give a sip here. Okay. Uh-oh, let's take a look here. So, up first, for your first one, thank you for your first donation. We've got here Walter's feelings and thoughts towards you today. So, feelings and thoughts. Feelings. I want this one here. So, just a couple for those. What did Walter think of your date today? All right. And what did Walter think of your conversation today? Sorry. I have that way too far away. Oh my God. What is coming for you this month, for us this month? Okay. That and that. And then was there something he didn't like on today's date? All right, let's take a look here. All right. So we'll start with these. You're like, uh-oh. I know your dad. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm just kidding. All right, let's take a look here. So first, his feelings and thoughts. So we got the Witch of Trees, which is the Knight of Wands. A lot of passion and movement there. Also, the Strength card, Leo energy, this bright, bright, shiny passion. A lot of their thinking and their feelings and their thoughts uh, are all about passion, passion, your brightness, your warmth, your fire, your fiery personality, your uh, let's see, what is a good word for that? I'm just sitting in some energy. Uh, Aggression isn't the word I'm looking for, but it's like this. It's not sassy, but it's like sauciness. You're saucy, sauciness. If that makes sense, it's just like your passion, your expression of passion is something like that. That's the kind of word I'm trying to, you know, to do that. So that's what's coming in with those. That's a lot on their mind today. So there you go. Absolutely, Brenda. You can do a super chat as well. Hello, hello. So there you go. What did he think of your date today? Well, we kind of know already, but let's see here. Yeah, Queen of Skies. You know, Queen of Swords is one of these great energies. You know, it's that compatible. It's like the King of Cups and the Queen of Swords. It's this compatible partner. Just, you know, they thought of your date. It just is like, it just, you guys fit so well in so many ways, mentally, emotionally, physically, energetically. That you just like, what do you think of the day to day? It was just like, it just fits so well. Uh, and can't say more than that, really, right? It's just like, wow. So I like that. It's almost like it was perfect. It just was the perfect fit um, energy. What did he think of your conversation today? So you have two cards for that. We've got the Magician card. So there was quite a bit of this. The Magician energy is Mercury energy, actually. It's more Gemini Virgo, which is thinking, got him thinking a lot. But that is kind of conversation, intellectually stimulating as well. So he really liked that conversation with the Magician energy, and also the Six of Swords. So it's good movement energy. Um, it's like leaving behind old ways of thinking, new ways of looking at things. A very flowing. Um, it's a positive card, energy around conversation and around mental looking at things. So both of this mental energy definitely supports that they enjoyed the conversation. They allowed them to clarify things, let go of some old ways of thinking, and look at things. You talk a lot, like a lot. You were worried, you were worried you said too much. No, and it feels very good here. They do enjoy. Again, you guys have a great mental connection where you guys can really talk about things, and they appreciate that because I feel like they have to walk on eggshells so much in their other relationship that that they've had in their life and and so to be able to talk freely and express, and it's refreshing, and I like that. What's coming for you guys this month? Let's see. For the rest of this month, you got the 10 of skies and the 4 of waters. All right. So there is the 10 of skies is about letting go of expectations and not worrying about pleasing people. And the 4 of cups is it's an emotional stability energy, but it also there's this ending and beginning energy of like the 4, like when you get to like the 4 of waters, in the beginning it's emotional stability, which we like getting. We go from emotional instability to emotional stability, but after a while emotional stability starts to feel stagnant and we're ready for a change. So there is a nice change up that comes in here with this too. So I like that. Um, and then also the 3 of skies. Yeah. So this is these expectations, the 10 of skies and the 3 of skies, 3 of swords, 10 of swords. This is energy about letting go of expectations, letting go of supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, of containment and this, and it's like letting the emotions out of the boxes. And that's good. It's a positive energy because it's like, how we always talk about how we can start sucking the life out of a relationship when we start thinking of the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be. The 10 of swords and the 3 of swords, like the poster cards that represent these expectations, equal disappointment and sucking the life out of things. So part of that, is very important here to focus in on your side of not having that, but I feel like it also they release some expectations and things on their side too, and just allow things to flow, allow things to evolve, not trying to contain things. So you can work on yours, and I feel like they're working on theirs too, of like they've been trying to kind of just keep your relationship pocketed separate from all this other drama and to keep it from being tainted. But I feel like they're allowing more expansion of the relationship with this energy. Interesting. See what else we got here. Was there something he didn't like about today's date? We got the Devil card, Capricorn energy here. Let's see. Got the 8 of stones, the 8 of pentacles, and the Justice card, the balance out of thought and belief and mindset coming in here. Um, I don't really feel like this isn't like what he didn't like. What I feel, because it wasn't about the date, that this energy is coming in. It's more what was sparked during the date, like in the conversation, because we've got this, the Capricorn, devil card energy of Saturn is like it's the work, the blood, the sweat, the eight of stones, the eight of pentacles is amount of blood and sweat and tears and all this containment and feeling trapped that he had felt before. And this justice card is that balancing because they're seeing things from a different perspective. What they the feeling they didn't like is when they realized how trapped they had felt and after putting all this energy into the marriage, right? Yeah, no, it didn't have anything to do with the picture here. This is like this, it just reminded them, and I feel like maybe that's why they misunderstood something is because well, that's the Six of Swords. You showed them a different way of looking at things because they jumped to this conclusion because always when something is said, this is what it means. But when you went, no, 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 I mean that, and they're like, oh, oh. But I feel like what came up here is this realization of just how easy and how free and how it's easy to be with you compared to everything else that they've had to go through before. And I feel like it was um more the um but it's nothing, it's like you can't, it's nothing to blame yourself for or to take responsibility for. It's good that it's happening because he's realizing how easy it is going with you and then how hard it is, and how hard it has been for a long time with his wife, future ex-wife, um, and how he was like, I put so much in and it's so hard and it's so easy with you. And I feel like it was like this really realization. So it wasn't that he thought bad about the date. It was just this feeling that he had, this epiphany that he had regarding his past relationship that's kind of like, wow. Hmm. You know, so it's a good realization for you. bad, bad realization for him. All right. And let's see here for your fortune cookie for this one. Let's do from the heart affirmation here. Yeah, exactly. It wasn't, but that's why it's like, what didn't he like about the date? He didn't like feeling that, but he needs to feel that. Your fortune cookie is I choose my own way forward. I am a guiding light of unconditional love. Yep. So let's go with the flow that you get to decide what you want. You're not at the whim of what they want or not. You get to decide what you want or not. So it's very empowering. I like that affirmation. Right. So that's number one. Your number two, thank you for your additional donation. Oh, I love that. So he got a gift for your daughter for her art class. So his thoughts behind that. Oh, Buddha, 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 boo, boo. Okay. And then he was asking you of what your son likes too. When would he hand over those gifts? I'm so curious what it is. Oh, neat. All right. All right. So, what were his thoughts behind it here? Well, we got the Empress card, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, and the Two of Water, the Two of Cups, which is about the importance of a relationship and the importance of mother here too. Interesting, because it's all about you being the nurturer and the relationship, the Two of Cups. A lot of so the motivation, a lot of it is, knowing that um, being a mother is part of who you are, and he wants to show that he supports that, and that also the way to a mother's heart isn't through her stomach, it's through her children. So, developing the relationship with your children with the Two of Cups, is also there, but the main a large portion of the percentage is you, right? You're right. Yeah, exactly. So they're like, "Oh, okay." So I like that. Um, and then let's see here. Um, so when would he hand over those gifts? All right. So let's see here. We got the Seven of Stones, Seven of Pentacles, patience. The last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. The King of Stones, the King of Pentacles. That has to do with them getting things in the outside world. So I feel um I don't feel um like just be patient, but with this and with the 10 of wands, the 10 of trees, 10 of wands is fast moving energy. I don't feel like there's someone that can hold on to things very long. Like they want to give it. They don't want to be like if they were going to get you something for Christmas, like, "Oh, look, it's on sale. I'm going to get it to you for Christmas." They would give it to you next week and go, "This was for Christmas." I don't think patience is there uh when it's gift giving. I don't feel like patience is their forte. Let's see what else we have. Four of Waters, so Four of Cups, and the Ace of Skies, the Ace of Swords. Um, I do feel here, like with the Four of Waters, this four is reminding me of April. So I feel like it's going to be before the end of April. Yeah. Yeah. And that's important. I just and I feel like that's part of the growth and part of the, expansion that they're like, I want to do this. I want not less involvement, but more involvement in part of your life. So I love that. And you give so many gifts anyway. And so he wants to this to be equal, not lopsided, as well. I love that. So I feel like it's going to be before the end of April, um, with all that. So from the heart, let's pull your fortune cookie for this. All right. Oops. Nope. What else? Here we go. So I let go of control and surrender my expectations of love to beautiful synchronicity. So they have to like your last card on the way out the door. And don't forget, let go of your expectations and surrender. Just go with the flow. Don't put a lot of expectations, a lot of meaning behind things. Just be grateful and go with the flow. So I love that. Of course, they have to, bring that in, right? Too funny. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So thank you again for your donations and for this double episode special episode of From Days of Our Lives. Oh, right. Looking too much into it. Just allow it. Just go with it. I love it. All right. So that's what they have for you. Many blessings. And then up next here, so we've got Sun and Moon. So thank you, Sun and Moon. Let's grab your timestamp here. Yeah. Yeah. Let go of all that expectations. Just, it doesn't need to mean trying to figure out everything means, right? It's just about, you know, being grateful for what is, not what does this mean? Where's this going? Because that's when we read everything in, it's because we want it to mean stuff. It doesn't have to mean anything. It can just be an expression of love, right? And that's what's important. All right. So Sun and Moon, thank you for your donation. Let's give that a love and a like. So you want a reading on CD today, their travel on Sunday and Monday. All right. Switch out here. My coffee is gone. Moving to some water. All right. All right. So Sun and Moon. Let's take a look here. So about CD travel Sunday and Monday. All right. Do want to have these two underline energy something here. We'll find out what that is. All right. So, bottom of the deck, we do have the Nine of Pentacles coming in here, the Nine of Stones. This is an energy of, well, it's um, financial benefit, fruitfulness. There's a bit of um, like alone, alone, like a hermit energy of being maybe on the trip alone uh, with this, but it is this independent kind of energy, but also abundant type of energy. So it feels like based on current energies, it'll be a successful trip, but I feel like they end up going at it or feeling like they're going at it alone, right? Traveling for work. Okay. Yeah. So it does feel like they're, you know, like a sales rep. Here I'm going to go, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. It just feels like I'm going to go, you know, do some sort of try to get someone to buy into something. I don't know. It just feels that way. Let's see. That's the bottom of the deck. That's just the energy starting up here. So, oh, so sorry, Valerie. I'm sorry. We'll dive in here more. Let me just see here. Well, no. Let's see. Sean G. Oh, Sean's was 107.30. Yours is 210.41. Well, here, let me just make sure. So, Valerie, this is it. That should be it. So, give that a try. I'm so sorry if I put the wrong one in there. All right. So, let's see here. So, this is Sunday. So, Sundays, we got the High Priestess energy here, along with Lord of the Forest. Oh, Capricorn. Yeah, Capricorn works. So if we didn't know that before, um, so you definitely, that's the Saturn rolls over work and the 10th house of work. And the High Priestess is this, again, this alone where it's like stepping back and stepping out of the chaos, going up into their High Priestess tower, connecting with the powers that be, looking behind the veil, diving deep into stuff. So I feel like there's a great amount of thinking going on today, but it feels very pocketed away, right? Mhm. Maybe that's why they feel like they're alone. They're putting in their earbuds, turning up the radio. Or maybe they end up throwing them out of the car. Maybe they're in the trunk. But it feels, this energy of being alone, pulling back from the chaos. So maybe it's an energy of wanting to be alone, being independent, right? Yeah, yeah. We'll take a look at that. Um, and then Monday. You said Sunday and Monday, right? Yeah. Let's look at Mondays, and we'll dive more into those other things. But Monday, so we got the 9 of trees, the 9 of wands, and the 10 of waters. So there is this perseverance and the 10 of cups. So I do feel like Monday feels like a day of, persevering brought joy. It's like not giving up, um, staying true. It has really, it brings them this feeling of joy and happiness that comes in, right? Right. uh, in addition to that, look at hermit energy. All these nines, um, there's a lot of aloneness energy that's coming in here. So I don't know if something. I wouldn't be surprised if something happens where they're not able to go, or they end up going by themselves. But because you got the 9 of stones, the 9 of trees, and the hermit, which is the master, major arcana number 9. It's all about going at it alone, kind of energy. Let's see what these two cards underneath the surface was. It definitely feels with that 10 of cups that they're very happy with the results, and we saw that with the 9 of pentacles too. Underneath the surface, we've got the witch of waters, which the witch of waters is an energy of, the witch is the knight, so that's the knight of cups. There's this movement of emotion that is below the surface here. Let's see what kind here. We got the 7 of waters, the 7 of cups. A lot of different emotion flowing here, during this, which that makes sense when you're talking about there's toxicity, there's good moments and bad moments, a lot of emotions flowing and flaring during this trip. Interesting. So let's see if we can get more information on that, right? You want to get nosy on that piece there. Yeah. So you want to know more about the person and what's going on with that piece, right? Okay. So move those over here. I feel like I want to go to a different deck here. Had already paid their way. Yeah. We'll find out here. Let's see if they, if someone gets sick, it doesn't matter, right? If you pay your way, but you're throwing up and you're shooting out of both ends, you're not getting in the car. But we'll see what comes in here. Let's see what this is about. All this hermit energy. So I'm gonna move over to this other original tarot craft. Tell us about this. Okay. So tell us what's going on here. Yeah, there is some, definitely some emotion, lower vibrational emotions here. So there definitely is drama uh, happening here, which I kind of knew that was going to be there anyway. Got the temperance. Well, so there is this patience card that comes in with that, trying to balance things out, the alchemy of energy here. Let's see what else we have. Yeah, and here's the high priestess again. So there's this energy of pulling away out of the chaos into your own space. And we'll see with these other cards here. But it can also feel like, how you can be in a crowd but still feel alone? It can be that kind of energy that's coming in here, right? to where it's like, here, let's listen to this book on tape. I brought this in here, right? They're too mean to get sick. You're so funny. But I feel like there's like this, I brought this audiobook on, the nine successful, attitudes of highly successful people. We're gonna put this in here, right? And so we put that energy in, and um, you know, and and did that there. So um yeah, we'll see what's happening here. Let's look at these other three cards here. So we've got the Hierophant, which is the teacher student energy. So let's see what else we have here. The Hanged Man, yeah, the seeing things from a different perspective, and the Four of Pentacles, which is a solid foundation in an outside world kind of energy. And the steps towards success. I feel like um, that they are bringing some sort of, you know, there is this energy here of like putting on some sort of learning as they're going along, or um, they're like, hey, sorry, I want to, listening to this book on audio, so I'm going to listen to that, unless you want me to put it on the radio and you want to listen to it too, because it's like I feel like they're kind of pocketing themselves away emotionally, mentally. They can't physically, right? But at least they can, or maybe, put on earbuds and things like that, as well. So, so that's what they have for those. All right. All right. And then for your other follow-up questions, I can use that as like your free reading there. And just when we start to have a lot of extra follow-up questions, we're kind of just to be fair to everyone else. I'm going to jump to some of the other readings there, but I can definitely have that be like the free reading when I come back down into those there. All right, I know it's a lot of stuff, a lot of questions that it spots on there. So hopefully that gives a little bit of skinny on there about their trip and what's going on with them. Um, yeah, right. It's like, whoa, what happened? The unexpected. But it feels good overall for them. It feels like they're going to beneficial, and the perseverance. It makes sense about the perseverance I'm pushing through, and it's going to be a successful trip. And so I like that. But it's getting through that other one too. Mhm. Yeah, you definitely can do that, Sun and Moon. You can make an additional donation there. And take a look here. Just want to make sure, since I'm getting up to 3.5 hours, let me take some screenshots. I don't want to lose. Sometimes when we're getting up around now, YouTube starts to delete some of the chat. So let me just take some screenshots as a preemptive strike on there. All right. And let me just grab one more. Usually they don't get rid of that many that fast, but we'll grab those. All right. And let me see here. So just seeing if Sean G, if you had a chance to listen. All right. All right. And then Valerie, you said 113. I'm not sure what that means, because We're after Happy Pill, right? Which was 155.13. So sorry if I had the wrong timestamp there. I really do try. All right. And thank you, Sun and Moon, for your additional donation there. And so you want to just kind of dive into what kind of energy, around PP. What a name. Hey, PP, you PP head. It's funny because on this little thing I have this pee pee poo poo and deja vu, the feeling that this shit has happened before. Anyway, I had to share that. It was just jumping out. Saw it right now. All right. Yeah. What a coincidence. All right. So tell us, what can we know about PP? what what is the energy around them here? All right. 3, 3, and 3. Interesting. Bottom of the deck, we do have this 5, the Hierophant energy that comes in here. This is the tradition, but um, the 5 energy is the number of conflict. And of course, we know that there's a lot of conflict that's happening there. But the Hierophant is about, the ability to see things from a higher perspective. And um, we do have many, many different characters that happen in all of our lives that show us, to inspire, and people to show us a mirror of our own pain. And so we have a lot of characters like Hitler. A lot of their purpose was to unite the world through conflict, to show people an extremity that rattled the world and got the world joined together. And so we do have that, type of energy, with this 5 being the major arcana number of we grow through conflict and through suffering. A lot of humanity is how we grow. So their energy themselves is, they're going through a lot of this, but they are a mirror for a lot of people too. And so I like that perspective. The underlying energy is to realize that every person is a character playing a part in this giant play. Um, but behind every character is an actor that is a powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being made of unconditional love. And, it's important for us to know when we're looking at anybody that every moment is either of unconditional love or a cry out for it. And when people are acting not as a mature, emotionally mature adult, it's because they're this pet hissing cat, right? We've when we're in fight or flight mode, when our inner child feels unsafe or out of control, right? We go into that 2-year-old self and the our pet hissing cat. And all we know to do is to attack or to retreat, or attack and then retreat. And so when we perceive people as being toxic, people are just expressing their pain. And our thoughts about people are a reflection of something within us. So any mirror we see in other people, whatever we see, there's a piece of something inside of us that can be looked at and going, where did these beliefs of toxicity come from? Like, why do I have these, judgmental thoughts about this person, this dictator, this, jerk at the Starbucks, whatever we come across in these mirrors, they are this wonderful reflection of showing us, and seeing ourselves. So any pee pee poo poo that we see out there means that there's some pee pee poo poo that we can look at within us. It's a great reflection, right? So it's good to know that underlying energy going in. as we understand, I feel like they're going to give us three different aspects of why they express themselves the way that they do. So the first three cards, let's see what these are. We've got, yeah, the Three of Waters, the Three of Cups. It's normally a joy card, but this is about community, a wanting to belong. The Fool card, this is the childlike energy, and the Queen of Stones, Queen of Pentacles. Yeah. So we definitely, you know why childhood, right? Yeah, and definitely that's coming in here. Mother energy, child energy, and this need to belong with this Three of Cups. The Full card, it feels empty, and it does feel like this abandonment by mother, because that mother nurturing energy, they just never had that. It is, it's like there's this emptiness that comes in with the zero, right? Oh, right. Oh, there we go. They're just like their mom. So they definitely, the Three of Cups is wanting to belong, wanting to be a part of a group. And when they don't and they feel like they're ostracized, everyone's fear is the fear of being rejected. And so, at our core, that's all the fears come down to that fear of rejection by others or by the creator, when both of those things. Um, so, that definitely is a big part of this about wanting to fit in and um and people go about it in different ways. When you feel low about yourself, when you feel low about yourself, you either will destroy people, like when you have a low self-esteem, you feel like everyone's up here, and you will destroy, people to try to bring them down to where you're at, right? Or people will boast and try to boast themselves up to be here, or both boasting and destroying to try to become here. Now, if we um, feel like we're equal, like if we think everyone's on the same plane, or we think, you know, a lot of humans, we tend to have low self esteem, all of us, right? So we're like, you know, if we feel we're down here and they're up here, then them boasting is them making us feel like they're more superior, or destroying us, trying to make us feel more inferior, right? And so there's all that kind of energy that kicks in where, that's our perception of others, but that's kind of the reactionary energy, right? Because of that. So we understand where that's coming from. Let's see what this other one is here. So we got the Queen of Swords, balance between head and heart, Six of Waters, Six of Cups. There's like this past life energy here, and the Ace of Stones, the Ace of Pentacles. So there is this energy here, and I like this, being aware of this, because this is saying this balancing of perspective with this past life. In a past life, they were the non-toxic person, and they were someone that really helped someone, help put up with someone who was toxic. So they were on the other side of the spectrum of pee pee poo poo caca in a past life. Now in this lifetime, they wanted to experience what was it from that point of view. So they're exploring and understanding what it means to have this type of energy, and they have here this it's I like this awareness, because when we realize we don't know what lifetime, like maybe we were that asshat in a past life. Chances are we've lived a lot of lives. There, by the God, the grace of God, go I in a past life, and so it allows us to have like more grace for people when we understand. why the humans acting the way they are, but also that we have chosen all of our lifetimes. They have all chosen their lifetimes. We're all mad scientists in our own little mad scientist labs having our mad scientist experiments. And, there's this energy here of that they chose this life on purpose to learn and to grow. And that's part of the process. And so it's like, okay, so they're on their path, they're learning, which is pretty interesting. Um, and we can let them, right? And it's really cool because just saying let them, I haven't plugged this in a couple hours. This is a great book, The Let Them Theory by Mel Robbins. I follow her on Instagram and I'm only a little bit into her book, but it's an amazing book. And if you even just check her out on Instagram, or I think she's on Facebook too, but it's a great energy of like, I can't change other people, can't change their mood, their actions, their behaviors, their choices, and I'm not responsible for those. I'm only responsible for my own choices, my own energy, my own things like that. So I really like, this awareness going, just knowing their energy as they were the opposite on a past lifetime. Now they wanted to understand it from this, um, this, you know, um, perception, this different perspective that's here. So that's those two, and then we'll go on to number three. Hey, Maria, I did do your question. If you look in the note, the comments of the video of the last stream, I actually put everyone's name with the timestamp, so you'll be able to see your name there. I know, right? She's great, isn't she? I'm just recently have found her, so I'm glad you saw her before that. All right, and then number three here, we've got the Nine of Stones. Here's that Nine of Pentacles. That is that alone energy, right? We've got the Elf Stroke, which is the Tower card. Whoa! And the Three of Skies, the Three of Swords. Expectations equal disappointment. Wow. Yeah, I definitely feel like there's this jealousy, this which is rooted in fear, you know, but there is this energy of seeing someone else's success, and that just, it brings in this lightning bolt type of energy, this tower energy, um this fight or flight energy. With all of that comes in when they see someone else's success, they do fear that they are unsuccessful, and that envy and jealousy and fear that kicks in because they are in this all or nothing energy that comes in, to where there's not, like, they don't swim in a world of gray. They either are a success or a failure. There's nothing in between. And so when they see someone else be successful, they kind of look at it as I'm failing because I'm not, they're being more successful than me, which means I lose. I'm nothing. And so just understanding this energy, I mean, compassion, right? I mean, it's just like, wow. It's like when a little kid is acting hateful, we don't go, well, sometimes we do. They need to be disciplined, blah, blah, blah. But when we realize, oh, they're acting that way because they're scared, then we can kind of see things a little differently with it, right? But just understanding those energies of, one, they chose this lifetime. They had, they got to put up with a toxic, kind of, if we title it that, but they dealt with people that were in great fear in the past, and they helped them. Now they wanted to see the other side of it here too. Yeah. And that makes sense. Whoa, did you see that? That's what people in fear do. We attack or we retreat. And they obviously, um, how humanity usually sees toxic people, those are the people that tend to do the fight in fight or flight. Because people who retreat, we don't think of them as toxic. We think of them as quiet or what happened to them? Or people who ghost people, they run instead of attack. But, obviously, toxic people are people who attack, and we don't like being attacked, so we see stranger danger," right? Yeah, I like this. Retreat, retreat. It says, spoil yourself in the morning mist, breathe in nature's sweet scents. We retreat to ourselves. Yeah, when there's toxic people, and that's funny that all that retreat, all that hermiting energy that comes in here. I almost feel like something's going to happen too with that Nine of Pentacles, which is like that hermit energy, the Tower card, and the Three of Swords. I almost feel like they're going to be removed out of the picture here soon. Not like death, but like fired or moved out. So I kind of feel like they're not going to be involved in them in too much longer here. But that lightning bolt is going to come suddenly, and they get removed out um, because they have that heartache, expectations equal disappointment, and all that. And I do feel like it's not so much personality rooted, but I feel like it's production, like they haven't been meeting the criteria, and because of this energy that they have with this, that they fear one of their fears is that they would fail and that other people do better than them because their energy is focused on it, they draw it in. It's like we all do our self-fulfilling prophecies, right? I mean, it's sudden, they didn't tell me when, but I don't feel like it's like, it feels like within the next couple months. I just feel like because there's this aloneness that comes in here. But that's what I feel like with all that pentacles and hermit energy that we got for your friend. That it's like, oh, I don't think they're going to be around for much longer anyway, because I feel like they end up going at it alone. Um, and I don't know, but I didn't get like that. It's um, too far off, but they didn't give me like a date or weeks or anything. It just feels with the lightning strike, it's sudden, it comes out of nowhere. It seems like it comes out of nowhere, but I feel like um, the company's going to be doing some downsizing because of everything that's going on in the world. And they're like, yeah, psh, psh, and I feel like they get let go. I don't know why. Well, July would surprise me if it's that long, but actually, July's not that far away. We're almost in May, and can you believe that? But I feel like it's before July. Yeah, so interesting. Right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. I know the drama, but it's when we have toxic people. I know when I worked for a corporation many decades ago, one of the people in the office people avoided because she was a very angry person. And I didn't care. I didn't listen to gossip. I didn't do a whole lot of those things, um, and so I saw her in the lunchroom, and there was no one else in there, and so I said, "Hey, can I sit here?" And she looked at me like, "Hey, little boy, don't you know you're talking to a dragon?" Kind of energy, right? Um, and so, but I sat down and I was talking to her, and I just didn't judge her. I was just like, da da da, and she was harsh, and I could tell she had her defensive walls up, but I always had since I was very young, I could see into people's hearts, so I just knew I could feel, you know, her fear and hurt and pain and stuff, and I was just like I became her friend. I decided I'm gonna be your friend, and she had one other friend in the office that came and sat down, and they were always to themselves and quiet, always had earphones on and stuff, and then with a change of events, we got moved into the same cubicle, and we were great. We had great conversations and stuff, but everyone was like, "You're talking to her?" And I was like, "Yeah, she's great, da, da, da." And it's like you become almost like this glue because a lot of people were friends with me, weren't friends with her, but because I would sit with her, other people would come and sit, and then they got to know her, and then they really were like, "Oh, I see," um, and it changed, and she actually changed too, because she opened up, let her walls down, and there's more people, and she saw, and it just kinda changed things, and I love that kind of energy, right? Her content ADD. Yeah. Mm-mm. Yeah. Isn't it amazing? I just definitely surprise! I love it. All righty. So I think that's it for all of my donations right now. So in a moment here, I'm going to start into the free readings. We will start at the very top. Um, but I'm going to take a quick bio break for just like 2 minutes. I just need to run to the little boy's room. As my eyes are starting to turn yellow, and I want to be able to focus on the readings. So I'm going to step out for just a quick second, but I'll be right back. And then I'm going to start on the free reading. So don't go away. I shall return. Let me go this way so I don't knock things. Whoa, whoa, as I almost knock everything over. All right. I'll be right back. All right. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All the tea spilling today. Right. That's funny. It's all the coffee I drank earlier too. So, all right. So, thank you guys so much. You're so funny. All right. So, Tea, yeah, and just throw your questions down into the chat. Um, and we're going to start on free readings now. These will go faster, of course, than donations. They're just like 1 to 2 card readings for the free readings. So if you do want to dive down um, into more detail, then of course you can make a donation. Yeah, absolutely. Right. Actually, I just had a donation come through the Cash app. So we were almost going to start on free readings. We're going to zip over here. Um, Hello, Mrs. Coin Crew. Is that you? I know sometimes people's names on Cash App are not the same as in the chat. Yes, that is you. Okay. Thank you so much for your donation. I really, really appreciate that. Um, so let's put your name down in here. This is Coin Crew. All right. So let's put your timestamp here. And we'll start it at 3:54:20 is what we'll put it here. All right. So let us dive in. Boom, boom, boom. And so you want to know here, will your son uh, ever reach out to you? All right. We'll definitely check in with their current energy and see what spirit is wanting you to know here. We'll ask that, and then if you want anything else, what's going on with their life, what's happening, we can dive a little more into that too here. So let's take a look here. Don't know why. Are they a Capricorn? I just feel I'm like I want to call him Billy Boy, like a Billy Goat. What's going on with you, Billy Boy, Billy Goat? Someone very much in their minds, a lot of thinking going on. Let's see. He's a Sagittarius. Yeah. Wonder what else they have there. So we're gonna have that be that answer there. So let's see what else we've got here. We want these two. Okay. So the bottom of the deck, we do have this initiation energy. I like that initiation. But the 12 is the hanged man, which is about makes sense with the energy I was picking up with this thinking, the Capricorn, Devil card, Saturn energy. I definitely feel like they're going through transformation and they're really challenging mindsets and thinking about life and definitely in the kind of this cocoon transforming from a caterpillar to a butterfly. So I do feel like their life is in a huge transformational energy here. And based on current energy with that initiation, I feel like once they like break free from the cocoon and they realize I'm a butterfly, not a caterpillar anymore, I do feel like they will initiate contact with you because that whole initiation really stood out. Um, we'll find out more here too, just to find out what leads up to that or what's going on. We've got several cards here, so we'll look at that too. So the first two cards that came out together, yeah, we got the Ancient Starlight and the Full card. So I like this energy. One, the Star card is it's Aquarius energy, but it's a card of hope, is one of the big things that come with it. And the Full card here is the first card of the major arcana, the Zero, which is an ending of an old cycle, this beginning of a new adventure that comes in here. So I do feel like this is the card of, starting off kind of the energy we were talking about. I usually have some of the cards will reinforce the message from the bottom of the deck to kind of bring it all together. And this is where we're starting off with is this hope that comes in with this new beginning, this refresh, this reboot of their life. They once they're on the other side of it, when they get to that point, then they realize, okay, I do want to, reach out. See what else comes in here. Two cards that came out together. We got the Tower card and the Magician. Wow, so far, four major arcana. And the reason why that's significant is major arcana are about life-changing transformations and changes and impact, not like minor arcana, the four suits are more smaller, like today, kind of things, but it'd be like a change of a chapter where this is change of books. And we've got the Magician card, which is initiating new energy. We've also got the Tower card that comes in here, which is about the removal of things out of their life that don't serve them anymore, that, you know, make space for things that are more in alignment with their higher self and clearing out their path to move forward. And so there is this, again, this energy of their things are being moved out of their life that don't serve them anymore, which sparks them in making different changes. So whatever's been impacting them, unhealthy situations, unhealthy people, people that have been weighing them down, situations that have been weighing them down, um, impacting them in lower vibrational ways, that these things are being removed out of their life now, which is allowing them this movement and this change, right? Oh, well, there you go. The witch, I'm saying the W word, the witch is being removed out of his life. So, and that could have been a lot of the, you know, a lot of the situation there, right? So, well, there we go. So, let's see what else we have here. We got 5 cards, 2, and below that, we have 2 cards and 3 cards, which will tell us more about those energies. But I feel like these 5 cards are talking about the big changes that is coming in. Oh, she is the Capricorn. Maybe that is that devil, the devil, the devil, um, energy. But let's take a look here and see what we have. So we have the 5 of trees. I said like 5 cards. 5 is the number of change, it's the number of conflict or the transformation, right? And so we do have the 5 of trees, the 5 of wands. We've got this energy. This is the drama is ending. The lower vibrational energy is being able to transform into higher vibrational energy. In 5 years too. And it's been 5 years that you've been estranged. So this is the year of change in 2025 too. And we've got the death card. Yeah. So here's this death and rebirth that's going on here. So this ending that brings in a new beginning. So definitely it's reinforcing that they have huge changes that are impacting them here. Yep. The 9 of skies, the 9 of swords, the nightmare and insomnia is over. The nightmare is ending. And this fear energy is really changing here too. Um, let's see what else comes in here. Got the 8 of trees, the 8 of pentacles, and that is a transformational energy like that hanged man, because it is. I use that quite often. Both of those cards of the caterpillar to the cocoon to the butterfly energy. That there are pieces of them that are falling away. That they're going through this liquidation, literally probably because of the divorce, but spiritually, emotionally, intellectually, physically, in some ways, right? But they're letting pieces of themselves go and they're transforming and into someone different, right? And then the last one here. Yep, 2 of skies, the 2 of swords. This is the battle between their head and their heart and all this conflict that's been going on here. Um, and it is that energy of that they, for the sake of the marriage, they will make choices, and you know and 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 that happens, right? We choose our partners over our family and our parents sometimes because we feel like I'm going to be with them forever. I live with them every day, and sometimes we make stupid decisions when we're in fear. All humans do, right? When our little inner child feels unsafe and out of control, we boot out our intelligent, you know, compassionate, loving side. And so we do uncompassionate, unloving, and unintelligent things. That's what I say when humans go into fear, we do stupid shit. Look at the world. We're like, yeah. And so, because we're 2-year olds with our pet hissing cats, this is why I wear this shirt, pet hissing cat, and there we do things like a 2-year-old would, give me all my toys and hit someone over the head with our metal Tonka toy truck, right? And it's like, that's not smart. now you're going to lose all your toys. We don't know any better. And that's what we do. We act very unintelligent when we're in fear. Let's see what's below the energies here. What's below the surface? We got the Seven of Cups. Yeah, a lot of emotional confusion that they're working through, along with the Nine of Waters. So the Nine of Cups, this emotional dream come true, right? Um, so definitely this movement into a place of happiness, this brightness that's coming for them here. So I like that. They do feel it's for their best. We have the Ace of Stones, the Ace of Pentacles, which is a new opportunity opening up. The Eight of Waters, yeah. The Eight of Cups, if you hadn't told me divorce, this card is about walking away from relationships that no longer serve. Um, and also the King of Waters, the King of Cups. Coming back to this balance between their head and their heart here, too. So I really feel here that they're getting their stuff together and they're leaving this old way of being and after this transformation, I do feel like that the contact will be initiated from them um and it's good. It gives you time to prepare for this too, to realize, yeah, with their actions were not about, of course, you. Their actions were about, you know, trying to feel safe and trying to feel in control again, and they were doing whatever stupid, unloving, um, you know, unintelligent, you know, way they thought they had to do things to feel safe and in control again. Um, and when we realize that wasn't intentional against us, it was just what that little 2-year-old thought it had to do. And we don't get mad at a 2-year-old, right? When they say stupid stuff and do stupid stuff, we just realize they don't know any better. But when it's an adult that does it, somehow we're like, oh, they should know better. But when we humans are designed that way, we have that extra challenge, that handicap we're given called an inner child that's why we can be inconsistent and unstable and fickle because as soon as we go into fear, adult brain is gone, 2-year-olds in charge, and that usually doesn't turn out too well, right? Yeah. And so I like this, this energy and realizing, okay, we always know, I mean, we experience that too, right? Our parents became so intelligent the more and more older we get. We realize so much about our parents. Wow, they are so much smarter than they ever were. No, we just didn't realize it because we were stupid when we were younger. We didn't see the wisdom of our parents, and you know, um, and when we're in love, love is blind too. We go out of our minds around love, and what do you mean they're a narcissist? I don't see that at all. All right, and then we get ousted away because we were the bringer of truth, and that's okay. you know um we forgive, we love, and you will always love your child too. Kind of want to give you a fortune, you're instead of one of these fortune cookies, I'm being drawn to an oracle for your fortune cookie, and I'm being drawn to the Blue Angel Oracle. It's a beautiful deck. Let's see what they have here for you. Okay, nope, none of those. What else do you have from Mrs. Coin Crew? All right, here it is. See what they want you to know right now. And you have, oh, wow, fertility. There's the baby. I love that. Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. It's like the Empress energy, Mama energy. Fruitful harvest is the card. It says, you've entered a fertile period through which you will give birth to something beautiful. This card signifies a physical or spiritual birth or both. Whatever you now focus on, you create and give birth to. You have tended and nourished the field. The earth is fertile, and you will reap a great harvest from what is sown. This is a time of prosperity and creativity, a time to thank Mother Earth for her many blessings. And it's time to reflect on life's cycles and the inherent wisdom of death and rebirth. Wow, we were talking all about this rebirth, right? A time to honor the ancestors, thank the past, and embrace your golden future. It is a time to honor your sacred earth. And it says, as the moon fills the night with silver light, so she, the earth, fills your dreams with light. Feel her in your heart, loving and supporting you. All is through her loving nature. Wow. I love that beautiful card. It does bring up something too, just to a good reminder for us that, whatever we focus on is what does grow and expand. And the energy that you can do to help invite that initiation is like if we focus our energy on what's not happening, um, the fear of what may or may not happen, focus on the past pain, all that grows, right? Whatever we focus on grows. Also, when we're focused on what we want and what we need, that brings in like lack energy. And so if I focus on like I'm not in contact with my son, then that energy pushes the contact further away because what our energy is basically telling the universe is I want more of not having contact with my son when I'm focused on it, right? But what can happen is if we, move into gratitude, like we think about all the love that I do have in my life, and then all the contact and the things I love about my son and about the contact I've had with my son in the past, the more we focus on and have gratitude around the things that we love, then that opens and grows that. It invites more of that in. So if I focus on the gratitude for the contact with my son, then I can draw in and at least open up the gates to allow it to come to me more easily instead of my energy kind of pushing it further away and against it. So I like that, the kind of the energy of preparing the fields like that card had is this energy of like I can do this, I can help the situation by changing my energy, and that allows receiving of those things. So hopefully that helps. So thank you again so much for your donation, and I want to give you a fortune cookie anyway. We're gonna pull from the heart affirmations here. All right, there it is. And your little fortune cookie says, I am safe to explore new love with others. Ooh. So I like that. So, and I feel like that's opening our heart, and realizing, and I feel like this has been good, right? Years of therapy have put your heart at ease. I love it. And seeing things differently. And that allows you, your heart is open to receive new love from others too. So it's like, yeah. Um, and I like that, the realization that their actions, or non-actions, people's words or silence have nothing to do with me. They're just reflecting who they are and what they're going through. And then what pops up inside of me is for me to look at. My emotions, my triggers, those are mine. Whatever pops up inside of me because I've experienced someone else's words or actions or events or whatever. Oh, this is for me. Thank you, mirror. Let me see what I can look at. Right. And thus, all the 4 years of therapy. Right. I get it. I get it. Therapy is such an amazing. They give us such amazing tools. So I'm happy for you, for this too. So that's what they have for you right now, Miss Coin Cruz. So good to have you here. Thank you again for your generous donation and many blessings to you. I appreciate that. All right. So we did have a few more donations come in here. So thank you so much. And let me just make sure here. Scroll, scroll, scroll. So we did that one, right? Okay. So we've got Brenda, and check timestamps here. Okay, and then we have Olivia, and then Sean G back in the house. Let's see. Did I? I'll put your name there, but I'll post it up there when I get to those. All right. So Brenda Tejada, you are up. So let's put your timestamp out here. Hi. Hello, hello, my Aquarian friend. All right. So Brenda, wink, wink. So what are Devin's thoughts about you and why is he texting you? You're so funny. You met yesterday when you were working and he messaged today. What could happen between us? Because I feel some weird good stuff. All right. Let's take a sip here. Let's find out. All righty. So, what are Devin's thoughts about you? Okay. Boom, boom, boom. And then, oh, okay. Let's what's this weird good stuff that you're feeling? Let's get a little nosy. Let's just get to the root of that here. All right. So what's going on with Devin here? What are Devin's thoughts about you here? So you got the Six of Stones, the Six of Pentacles. It's an interesting energy. We have the Death card too, which is like this ending and beginning energy, and the Strength card. Leo, bright, shiny, bright, courage, strong energy here. So it's an interesting energy because I feel like with the Six of Pentacles and the Death card, I feel like they just got out of a codependent relationship not too long ago. And I feel like they're on the side of like an overgiver energy. Like they tend to be the one that gives and gives, and the other person takes advantage of them. And they just got out of that, and the other person was, always playing like a victim and give me more, give me more, give me more. He was cute. You're like, ooh. um, but the strength card, they see you as someone who's strong and courageous and independent, self-sustaining, like you're the same, right? Like you're saying, like you're a strong overgiver, and and I feel like that's why they're just like, wow, I wonder what that would be like. Because I feel like you both have like a tendency to be the overgiver and to bring in the other person, and I feel like you both are kind of at this place of being just tired of doing the same old thing and getting the same type, and so you're both of you are being much more like, I feel like you're more along on your journey of going, "I've had enough of that." I feel like they're kind of going, "I wonder what it would be like," and you're like, "I don't want any of that old stuff. I want somebody that can give me what I can give," right? So it's an interesting energy, like I said, coming in here, and that might be we'll see here. What is this? Let's find out. Let's find out what this, your little good, weird, good stuff feeling is. But I feel like that has something to do with it too, is you sense, oh, you're not a taker, you're kind of an overgiver too, are you? So let's look at you got four cards and then you have two cards on the bottom, which is like the energy on the bottom, the what's below the surface. Let's see what's below here. Yeah, Ace of Waters. So Ace of Cups. And the Seven of Trees, the Seven of Pentacles. Yeah, Seven of Pentacles is, the new fruit. And I feel like, the Ace of Cups, Ace of Waters, it's new love type of energy. So that's some of the goofy good stuff of the, ooh, I had a little bit of a spark little thing that happened. But also that Seven of Pentacles is again, like we're talking about, tired of the old fruit. I want a new type of orchard. And I feel like they express this little energy of like this self-love, a little more self-love, um, a little more of being able to fill up and overflow love too. So I feel like that's what you're sensing below the surface there. So let's see what these other four cards are. So you've got the Justice card, a balanced individual. So you see them more as like um, someone who's not so. Um, I was going to say out of balance. They're balancing. They're not as out of balance as the others. We'll put it that way. Because usually it's you and they're way over here, right? Um, and they're coming out of that where they're wanting this. So at least they're not as out of balance as the others, even though it's in the other extreme, you know. It's like, well, it's okay that you're out of balance in the overgiving, but I want you want a balanced relationship because if you both, it's like you're both recovering overgivers, you're going to fight to become the overgiver, you know, because usually two adults will go into a relationship as adults, but when we're overgivers, we become parent children. And if they're used to that and we're used to that, and that's the groove that we have really grinded into our relationship, journey, you both will fight for the parent role, um, subconsciously and habitually. But if you're aware, it's going to take some work going into it, going, I don't want to become your parent and I don't want you to become a child. And they're like, it's okay. I don't want to become the child, but I do want to become the parent. Nope. Both of you are like, no, get back. No. And what's good is if you both are aware of it, that's how you can, you know, become this relationship of like, no, I'm not going to overgive. No, I'm not going to overgive. And we'll call it out in each other. Um, and if if we're aware of it. If we're not, we'll end up fighting and then going, "No, no, you're not the type of relationship because I need to be the one that's giving. No, I need to be the one that's giving." It's an important part of the journey and the process. So I like that you've met them here. Let's see what else they have here. We've got the 9 of Pentacles. Yep, this independent feeling here. It's the Hermit energy. The 10 of Waters, the 10 of Cups. There's a great amount of joy here. It's also one of those kind of relationship ones. And the 9 of Waters. Wow. Um, the 9 of Cups, too. So we've got these nines in this energy here. So I don't feel like this is like your soul partner who you're going to be with the rest of your life. But I definitely feel like it's an important part of your learning process for both of you to learn to be able to have a balanced uh, relationship with someone. It doesn't have to be romantic either. No, but it's like there's this um, um, learning that you can not revert back into the old way there, but I know. Please no, I know. Yeah, I don't feel like they're that long term. This is more, learning to have joy, learning just to be, learning I don't I it can be equal here. But with that 9 of Pentacles, that's the one that told me right off the bat that this is about you still being independent, not feeling like you have to go into a relationship with someone just because you're attracted to them, but that you can create a friendship with them and hang out, but no dating, but you can hang out and get to know each other because I feel like the it's gonna wear off fast, um, because you're both gonna battle for that overgiver, Um, and yeah, I know, let's hang out. That means having coffee, having a tea. Well, I mean, it's what you want it to be, but it's not about going into a relationship, you know. It's about getting to one another. It's more, um, saying I'm not ready for a relationship and I'm not looking for a relationship. I'm getting to know myself and I'm learning to balance, sides of me, and I'm not ready for a relationship right now. But I do feel like you guys will eventually um try to battle out for that overgiver position. And I was a strong overgiver where when I would meet overgivers, I would turn them into a taker. That's how overgiving powerful I was, which is not something to brag about. And I'm not bragging. It was like realizing, wow, I needed that control and learning that, too. So it's good for you to learn that, in that. Let's see what you have here too. Yeah, cleanse. Time for a cleanse. Wash your weary spirit clean and take a walk in the wooded glades. Yeah. I like this. This is, it's refreshing just to be able to go, I can hang out with someone without it needing to go anywhere, and to honor your boundary of spending time with yourself. Right? Yeah. That you're that powerful, right? Maybe it's Aquarian energy. I don't know. But that's what they have there for you, Brenda. I know. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you can still hang out with them and get to know them and just be honest with them up front. I'm not really looking for a relationship right now, but I'd love to get to know you, you know, and see where it goes, because I feel like you both can learn from each other, and that balancing. At least that's the current energy, right? So there we go. All right, my dear. So thank you again for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. Enjoy your independence. All right. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Olivia. You are up next. You are welcome. So, Olivia, thank you for your donation. Let me put your time stamp down here. All right. So, let's give that a love and a like since it lets me. Anyone reading on TC and you, information below. So, previously dated for a short time. Why do they agree to meet? And outcome from when we do see each other. Um, nosy, nosy popcorn posy. You're so funny. Yes. I don't know why I am known for being nosy. I just don't understand. I'm just oblivious. All right. So let's take a look here, Olivia. So, why do they agree to meet you is what we want to look at first, right? Okay. Okay, we got those. And then what's the outcome from it when you do see each other? Okay. All right. This is the nosy, nosy popcorn. Okay. Here we go. I'm going to have to have some popcorn. Oh, your online best friend. I love that. What a compliment. I love that. Yes, we are all Zen best friends. I like it. All right, we'll find out what's going on here. Well, three, three, and three for the outcomes here. All right, bottom of the deck, we do have the Seven of Stones, the Seven of Pentacles. Interesting, right? Popcorn with a spot of tea. Seven of Pentacles is like the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit and the patience, but it also is this energy of um, having seen fruit and not like the fruit that we saw, and changing orchards, right? Selling the orchard and buying a new fruit orchard. And so I feel like there's this underlying energy of like you guys dated for a short time and you guys were different back then anyway, but I feel like just their energy, having been out and seeing other people in the outside world, you realize it's like when you're, when you're in this um job and we're like, I don't know if I really like this job. And then you go and you look for other jobs and you realize, oh, I have it pretty good with this job, right? There's a little bit of that energy there that is kind of flowing beneath the surface. So just know that going into all this, that um they identify um positives that you guys when you dated for a short time. So I like that. All right. Hey, Teresa. No, I haven't gotten to any free readings yet. So not for a while. Um, all right. So let's see here. Why do they choose to meet you, right? So you've got oh, yeah, see, the Wheel of Fortune, the Tune of For Me, and the Renewal, the Judgment card, two major arcana, two X's. And with you have got 3 X's here. Boom, boom, boom. 3 strikes, they're out. I'm just kidding. But it does feel like that energy, like, when I get that judgment card and it has 2 X's, it's like they've looked out, they've seen things elsewhere. They've had these endings and beginnings, these endings and beginnings, and they've had this renewal and transformational type of energy too. Um, to where I just feel like they would meet you because they feel like you're good for me now. Like back then, I don't know if they were really looking for a relationship. They might have just been more looking for sex or um, they didn't know themselves very well. But I feel like they've matured now and they understand themselves more. They understand things more. That's funny. Things. Right. Well, let's see what happens here. So, if you guys meet, the first card that made itself known is actually the Six of Pentacles, which is an equal giving and receiving type of energy. So with the other, because you got 3 cards and then 3 cards and then 3 cards. Ah, okay. So that makes sense that um, they didn't know what they wanted back then, right? So that makes sense. Let's see what else we have here. You've got the Ten of Skies, the Ten of Swords, which is about not worrying about people pleasing, a very big clearing of the mind, letting go of a lot of what people think the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be, the must be. It's funny, 10 of swords, all those fears for so long, you know, over these 10 years, things have really dropped away, right? Yeah, absolutely. And that definitely shows here. And the Seven of Trees is the Seven of Wands. And the sevens of wands energy here is this energy of like, you know, uh, not asking permission to shine anymore, not dimming their light, not, needing to defend who they are. And so it definitely shows here that, there's been this release of people pleasing, this I'm going to be me and I'm not going to try to be someone I'm not or ask anyone to be who they're not. There's just like this freedom feeling with all this here too, this ability. I feel like this, Six of Pentacles can be like a codependency awareness card. And I feel like they have released a lot of things and they are shining bright and they're able to stand on their own and they're not going to dim and pretend to be something that they're not. I like this because it's this equal giving and receiving and this freedom. See what this other set is here too. Here's the popcorn time. He's with someone, right? Oh, completely random, right? Oh, all right. Well, we'll find out here. Well, we got these 3 and 3. So let's see, what comes in here. So that, it is definitely different here with all this energy. that they do feel like you would be good for them here. But like I was saying before, they're also realizing maybe they don't want. I don't have they been with them for a while? Well, we'll take a look here. Um, yeah, King of Skies, King of Swords. So great intellectual communication with that. They're the ruler or the master of thinking. We got the King of Waters. Ooh, all these kings. This balance between head and heart. No, the King of Cups is that energy of very compatible person. And then the Eight of Trees, the Eight of Pentacles, which is this transformative energy that's come in here too. Yeah, I just feel like if, like when you guys get together, you just like, you're realizing how well you guys are clicking mentally. Um, also, um, just there's this wonderful fit with that King of Cups. The Eight of Trees is like realizing that you're both are butterflies, that maybe you were caterpillars, those years ago, but now you're both butterflies. And it's like, yeah, we get along. We like the same things. We used to eat leaves. Now we both like nectar. We both like, you know, and we used to like, what is it? Quiet walks along the forest floor. Now we enjoy migrating 100 miles or 1,000 miles. So let's see what else we have here with these other three cards. So you've got the Fool card. Yeah, this world of possibilities, this without expectations, this kind of energy. What is this about? The Moon card, too. Another major arcana. The hidden revealed, and this death and this rebirth. Kind of energy coming in here. The Fool card is that, the Moon child. This moon energy is these cycles of change. So there is a great um, world of possibilities coming in here. Let's take a look here. I'm gonna switch up decks here. I just want to get a little more nosy. Just I want to find out, um, based on current energies, tell us about this current relationship. Okay. Yeah, King of Swords on the bottom of the deck again. Look, I got the King of Swords, and here's that Wheel of Fortune. So these are those energies that were related to this other portion we had done. That's why I like using a new deck, because it's like reinforcing that. But let's tell us about this here. Yeah, so there is this balancing out in their current relationship. The Page of Pentacles. There's something new that's happening in their relationship. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, so we got the Ten of Swords and the King of Pentacles that's coming in here. What's this other card? And the Moon again. A lot of hidden and things being revealed here. Just some things are coming to the surface that are coming in here, and especially with all this, things are coming to light. That Justice card that holds the Ace of Swords does give them perspective of seeing things from a different perspective, which, this 10 of Swords and this King of Pentacles and all this, it almost feels like their current relationship, that the other person, it's really coming to light that they're really focused on external things, right? Oh, I'll never tell. Hmm. But it does feel here that things do come to light with this, where I don't feel like they're going to be in that relationship for too much longer, because the Moon card is bringing in these revelations. Hidden truths are coming up, things that were hidden. And it's a lot to do with possessions and material, things. And I just feel like they've changed, like, he's changed, but, she hasn't, kind of energy, right? And she's still really focused on this physical world, wanting even wanting marriage, wanting to get things in her name, wanting possessions, wanting this stuff, right? And they're like, no, because they know they don't want that. Um, they don't want to marry them, you know? They're realizing there's a reason why we're not married. There's a reason why we're not going that route. And I feel like there's that revelations and things come to light that they're just like, yeah, this isn't going to be, long term, right? Um, I feel like how things are revealed with all this is that arguments, why else? Why else? Um, and because it's like the it's funny, the way it's coming across is like through nagging. Like, "When am I gonna do this? When are we gonna do that one?" And they're like, "Why are you bugging me about that? We already talked about that." "Well, I want this, I want that, and I want this." All these expectations, right? To where they're just like it's like and they're realizing you don't care about me. You're just you're in love with the idea of being married, of having all this. You don't care who it's with. You just care that it's happens. And he's realizing that this isn't love of a person, this is love of a situation, right? It's like people who are loving with being in love, but they don't, "You'll do, come here," you know? But this is what's coming through. I feel like, I don't know, 2 to 3 months. If it's that long, it just feels like it's not that far off, right? Um, because I feel like it's been progressing, 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 and they're just we don't we don't it's like they don't have that intellectual connection, that that's where they can have great conversations, and they're realizing more and more what the relationship is built on, and that it's not a solid foundation like they want. Um, and I feel like it comes as an ultimatum too. Well, if you're not going to marry me, then as they say, shit or get off the pot. and and he's like, okay, well, I guess we need to go our separate ways then. It's like, wow, wow. But therapy's done him good. I feel like he really understands himself, and I don't know how long they've been together, but I definitely feel like they're in this period of time where it's time to, you know, make a decision, and they're like, yeah, if it's not a hell yeah, then it's a hell no, then it's a no. And that's the way that he's in his life is, I need to know that, yes, absolutely, this is what I want. Now, like, well, I guess we could. He doesn't want to do that, so yeah, so that is what we have there. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, feel free to make another donation there, and we'll circle back around for that there. Oh, oh, yeah. But I feel like that's part of the deal, is like that's why they're hesitant in purchasing the house, because they know that's part of the trap. Because marriage is a huge step, but a house is like a half step, right? All right. Yeah. So we'll circle back around for that here in a momentito. Oh, my goodness. Right. Oh, that's why I am still single. I'm happily a hermit. All right. So we will circle back. All right. So, um, Sean G. Well, thank you for your yeah, for your additional donations. I remember I put you as a placeholder here. Let me jump up here and put that up here. We'll put those together so they show up together. All right. So those are all, those are where they're going to be at. Let me just remove you from right here. All right. So Shanji, thank you for your additional dual donations, and thank you for letting me know you listened to the others. All right. Oh, how cool. So you put your questions in the Cash App. I love it. Hello, hello. All right. So thank you for the additional donations. I'm so grateful. Let's see here. So hopefully that's what you were looking for. You're like, hey, it wasn't what I was looking for, but hey, it was helpful. All right. So number 3 is will S and you see each other face to face? All right. And then I think you asked what will happen. Did you put anything else up here? Let me just scroll up here real quick. Okay, very good. All right. So will S and you see each other face to face? And then what will happen if it does? If you do, what will they think? What will happen? What will unfold, right? All right. So let's just start with the first one here. The Witch of Skies, which is the Knight of Swords. I don't feel like face to face yet with this because this is about movement of communication, and I'm not feeling so much the pentacles of meeting face to face yet. The bottom of the deck, you do have the Justice card, which is a balance and an unfolding, which could be something eventually happening. Because I feel like they need more time to feel, I guess, safe to be like, to meet face to face. And it's not so much like safety, like they're afraid, because they're reminding me like people would always want to meet fast whenever I talk to them online or them like that. And after a while you'd meet people and they're just crazy. And and um I discovered if I waited long enough, and I used to tell my friends this, just wait long enough, you'll see crazy. Just you have to give it enough time though. And and it would like people they go, hey, why don't we hang out? And I'm like, well, I just want to talk to you for a little more. And like, why? What's the matter? You afraid? Blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, what? Because of that. That's why. So I feel like they've had some experiences before that make them hesitant and, you know, doing that. But I feel like it will happen because the balance does come out because you're definitely not that crazy. I'm just kidding. You're not crazy at all. You have the 8 of trees, yeah, so this is the blood, the sweat, the tears, does bring the fruit. So, I feel like you guys will. That just tells me that you guys will. You just allow the little extra time to do that. And yeah, you have the 2 of skies. They're just working through the conflict, just a tad, just a little bit, just enough crazy where it's like, just a nice little coating. It adds flavor. But the 2 of skies is them working through the conflict between their head and their heart, of their heart wants to. Their head is like, yeah, remember, we don't want to learn the hard way again. Just talk a little bit, right? So I like that. Okay. Well, you do have the lovers card. So when you guys do meet, I feel like that there will be a great connection between the two. It doesn't necessarily mean you guys are going to become lovers, but it is definitely an important relationship that you have. Um, and let's see what's below the surface here. Yeah, the 4 of trees, the 4 of wands, some nice joy and celebration energy here. I like that. It's also known as the marriage card, but I wouldn't jump that far ahead of it. I would say that it's more it brings joy and it's has stable energy, and they like that, and you both like that. And the Ace of Stones, yeah, Ace of Pentacles, it does open up into new opportunities, too. So I feel like it's the start of something that grows, in there, and there's this joy and there's balanced energy. And I do feel like you guys have this, you know, um, like this. I'm not doing this. I'm doing this. This joining together. It feels very compatible. It just feels very, yeah, this feels good. There's joy. It doesn't feel weird. It feels comfortable. I would dare say it almost feels a little bit like past life connection energy. Yeah, baby steps. Past life connection energy where it does feel very comfortable, like oddly comfortable. And that's usually that past life connection energy that comes in with that. So I like it for it. So just give them a little bit of time to, you know, just to confirm, um, to feel that comfort level and go, yeah, this is good. You've really, brought that in, shown them, that a lot of things that intrigue them. And I like that. And then your fortune cookie here. Let's take a look here. Waxing nostalgic. All right. All right. There we go. And you've got luck. A sudden change of luck is likely. Things are working in your favor. Excellent time for networking. Yeah, so I like that it feels like it does unfold there. And it's like, okay, that's good. No rush, baby steps. I don't need to rush into anything, but I do feel like that's where it's headed with current energy. So I like that. I like it. I like it. All right. And then for your number 4 donation, thank you so much again for your multiple donations today. So what are S's thoughts on you if he ever thinks of me? Shaw. If he doesn't, he's stupid. I love your spirit guides. Let me take a sip here. All right. S's thoughts. Here and here. And here. I don't want this one though. And that one. And I do want that one. All right. So let's take a look here. Yeah, I know, right? I'm like, whatever. No one's ever good enough for you. But we'll see if there's someone that will do. All right. So what is going on here? We got the Maid of Stones, which is the Page of Pentacles. They're not made of stone, even though they might have a stone heart. It might seem that way. They're made of stone. But this is the maid, like a maiden of stone. So this is a new opportunity, and I feel like they have these thoughts of, you know, uh, can there be a new opportunity? Just feel like that's the energy that's kind of bubbling below the surface. But let's see what's coming in here. We've got the Flight, the Chariot, power of choice energy, choosing the mindset, the emotions, the energy, and all that. It's Cancer, victory, movement kind of energy. So it's interesting. I don't normally get this type of energy with the Chariot, but I just feel like they're all over the place because it's more of the card of energy saying, "Can you make a choice already?" I almost feel like they've got like ADHD, which the struggle is real. I get it. About too many decisions, and I've thought about 100 but have made no decisions today, kind of energy. I think of you, but for a moment before I go on to another track, I've got 100 tracks running, and so it blips. It's like they're showing me like someone with the TV controller flipping through all these channels, not watching any channel for more than 10 seconds. So they thought about you for 10 seconds, but then they went on to something else. They have trouble zeroing in and focusing on one thing. Um, and that's the thing with ADHD, too, is that I'm no expert, but my host has ADHD. So she shared a lot of stuff with me about ADHD. And I'm like, well, I didn't know that. And it's out of sight, out of mind, because so much with this kind of mindset that I feel they have, it's like, um, if someone's not in your face, you actually forget about them, and it's just part of how their brain is wired. If you can text them, and I mean, if someone can, like, if I have ADHD and you text me and you keep um, interrupting my my process, I will recognize that you're in my life. But if I don't hear from someone, then but like a year later, they hit me up and we go out and have coffee. It's like we would never would have, like, there's no time has passed. That's how that mind works, right? And so that's the kind of energy that's coming in here. It's not personal. It's just how their brain is wired. Let's see what else they have here. Eight of stones, the four of trees. Yeah, four of wands and eight of stones. Eight of Pentacles is like doing the work and the joy. They get caught into what they're enjoying in the moment, and that is that energy again of um, they go, 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 and then over this, over this, over this. Where does our heart take them next? Blup, 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 blup. It's stimulation, and that's what happens. And that's very much this ADHD energy. So understanding that helps you understand them and like, if you ever wanted a relationship with them, you just have to kind of adapt to their world and be able to be in it that in that way. Um, and you just learn to jump 8 tracks of conversations going, "Oh, we're talking about that again. What? What? Oh, you're talking about this. Okay." You introduced a new topic, in the middle of a sentence talking about something else, and you're like, "They did what?" And you're like, "Oh, no, no, I'm sorry. I thought this and it jumped here, and I jumped 4 tracks. So this is how I got to why I'm talking about that now." And you're like, "Oh, okay, gotcha." You know. But let's see what's coming in here. You got the King of Trees, the King of Wands, and the Maid of Trees, which is the Page of Wands. And this is the King of Wands has this energy of, I need to decide what I want in life. But this Page of Wands is, I keep having new interests that come in. And that, again, this is so much ADHD energy because they can start a lot of things, but they lose interest. Like, they'll buy everything they need for something new, but then they never do it. But they have all the supplies for it. It was fun creating it and getting ready to go do it, but then it all sits in the closet and then nothing gets done with it. And so this is this energy here, and I feel like it's important to know that. I think it's just like this light bulb is going off, right? Going, oh my God, this explains so much about their life, and it's not personal. This is their life, right? Let's see what else we have here. Seven of Waters, Seven of Cups. Yep, all these emotions all over the place. And the Seven of Stones, Seven of Pentacles. All this, so these two sevens too. It requires a great amount of patience for fruit to come around for that. Um, and it's it's an amazing thing. I mean, I know just from my host, she actually got diagnosed from her doctor like in the last year. And they gave her, I think it's Adderall or something, and she takes a little bit of it, but I can tell because um, in conversation, I got used to having like a one subject conversation. Um, and I'm like, oh yeah, we have a really good, but I can tell when we jump from do 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 do. I'm like, you didn't take your medication this morning, did you? No, I didn't. And I'm like, I can tell because you jumped tracks several times, and you can tell that, and it's difficult for them. So I feel like, their thoughts on you are, I feel like, I don't want to say they're non-existent. I feel like they're paused because I don't feel like you guys have had a lot of like interaction. So that out of sight, out of mind isn't personal. It's just how their brain is wired. And so I feel like the reading would be, if I reconnected with them, how would it be? And I feel like it's like they have this excitement and this passion around you, but when there's not consistent contact, there's 500 other things that those thoughts and feelings battle with, and with other people too. Like I said, I think that Seven of Pentacles, the last card, really sums it up. You'd have to be really, really, really patient to be able to do that. It would take a lot of work to have like a relationship with them. Hopefully that makes sense. Let's go to a really grounded, balanced whispering woods for you here, because I feel like I need to step out of their energy for a moment, because I feel like my brain's all over the place when I connect with their energy. I'm like, whoo, woof, woof, woof. Okay, what else? All right, there we go. I was just thinking, humility. Flowers are unaware of each other's beauty. They bloom regardless. Yeah. So even if they're unaware, they're off in their own world. That doesn't mean you're not blooming. You're still beautiful. It's like, I like that. It's, even if, someone isn't acknowledging it, just that they don't have the ability to do it. And I can just feel like you're too busy. You have too much energy to invest in other things, to invest that much energy in a friendship or relationship. Like I said, no one's good enough for you, Sean. I'm just saying. They're out there. They're out there. It's just these, you know, new things are coming your way. All right. So many blessings to you, Sean. Hang in there. Enjoy your adventure. Go back to the love reading we did earlier, right? All right. So then thank you again for all your donations today. I appreciate you. All right. Somewhere over the rainbow, someone that's in the Lollipop Guild. Hey, You're so funny. Okay. So, Amrita, you are up. So 5:02. Wow, 5 hours. Oh my goodness. Time is flying by. It always does. So, Amrita, let's put your timestamp down here. Thank you again for your donation. Let's give that a love and a like. You want to know Sagar's intentions about you. Sagar or Sahar? At first, I thought it said sugar. You can call him Sugar. What's Sugar's intentions? That's our new nickname. All right, let's find out. What are their intentions towards you here? Okay. Based on their current energies, what is up? Okay, this one here. All right. So, the bottom of the deck, we do have the Nine of Stones, the Nine of Pentacles. It's an interesting energy there to be the underlying energy, because it's very much like this introverted, independent type of energy. And we'll find out more here, but I feel like what's bubbling below the surface is this kind of like independent. I don't want to be caged. I want to make my own decisions kind of energy that's below the surface here. So we'll see, that busts them out right away, which, it can be, could be their energy of their, zodiac sign, or something that they just have this, desire to be independent, and it's this urge that's, below the surface. Doesn't mean that they don't transform that or curb it or whatever, but it's there, and will and it's wanted to be known, so it's important. All right, let's see what else here for the other cards. So the intentions, wow, we got the 9 of trees. Got the 9 of wands here, and this 9 of wands is like there's this barrier, like they don't know what they want. They can't move past something. They've got this block that's here. Let's find out more about this here. Yeah, we got the 2 of stones, the 2 of pentacles. So there is this indecision here, and I don't feel like it's between 2 real physical people. I feel like one of the choices is you. The other choice is this dream or this mirage of the perfect person, like we all have, right? That we combine with this person from this movie and this personality of this person and this intelligence of that person and this of that and this of that. And we make up this Frankenstein creature made up of all the best of things of everything we liked about everything. And we're like, that's who I want. And we're like, that's ridiculous. It's a mirage. It doesn't exist, you know? It's this ideal, and it's always that, but that's in their head of, well, but what if there is someone that's more that, and that's that illusion that all humans have in the beginning of, oh, I'm gonna live happy ever after with this prince or princess, right? And it's like, no, that's all it's make believe. It's a movie, it's a story, it's not real, but we have that. I feel like that's what they're struggling with, and that's what this barrier is I they're having trouble putting intentions forward because they don't know. They're in this decision point, this crux. Let's see what this is. We got two other cards here. We got the Sun card and the High Priestess card. So there is these are the two worlds that they kind of live in here. The High Priestess really connects to Mother Moon energy, but she steps away, um, goes into her High Priestess temple, and so this alone kind of energy. But then the Sun card is all like Leo energy, being out there, "Hey, everybody." It's like this introvert extrovert. It's almost like a split personality. Are they Gemini? That could be like they have this they're torn between these two expressions of who they are. They don't realize you can balance that. You don't have to be an extrovert all the time or an introvert all the time. But balance is important. And that two of stones is about the need of balance for them too. Um, so let's see what else we have here. You got the Witch of Waters. That is the Knight of Cups. So they do have this intention. They do have these emotions for you, and I do feel like their heart wants to move forward, but it's their mind that's keeping them held back. That's where that 9 of wands, that barrier is. So I don't feel like their heart wants one thing, their mind wants another, and they haven't resolved that conflict they have. So that's where all this indecision comes in right now regarding their intentions. So it's like, all right, I don't know. I of course I was in love 5 times and I've evolved my my emotional state to a place where, you know, and this is why I've been single for over a decade. And I haven't even gone on a date in 10 years because I've been in this inner spiritual journey anyway. But it's like because I have this attitude of if you can't recognize my greatness, then you don't deserve to be around me. And not in an arrogant way. It's confidence. When you realize who you really are and like what you have to offer, when if people can't recognize it, they're like, I don't know, it's between you and someone else. Oh, well, if you can't recognize that I am the choice, then you're stupid and you don't deserve to be with me. So so anyway, so that's their reading for you there. uh, and let's see what your fortune cookie is. Planning. Now is the time to lay down the foundations for your future. Financial gains are more than likely. Yeah. And I like this. What are your intentions for yourself? Right? It's a great question. So, when we look at, what are their intentions towards me? Well, what are my intentions toward myself? And, looking into that. So I like that. All right. So that's what they have for you, Amrita. So many blessings. Hang in there, my dear. Hey, Jordan. Yeah, I do take Cash App. It's in the if you look in the description box of the video, have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and Square. And I am still taking questions. Let's see, what is it for? Yeah, so I have yet a while that I'll be on here. So yeah, feel free to donate. All right. So let me just get some down here. So we will be jumping back to Olivia, and then we have La Gata. You will be up after Olivia here. So Olivia, thank you so much for your additional donation and your patience in circling back around here. Let me put your second timestamp here. Put them together. There we go. So Olivia, appreciate that so much. And so, yeah, and I understand it. The person that he's with, she really, that's where she gains her security. She's been taught a home and possession and money, that is what brings you security. And that's why it's like, it's funny. They just show me they're the camel that brings the stuff to you. It's like, okay, it could be any camel, but that's who's bringing the possessions to me. And I don't, she doesn't even realize that about herself, that she's just like, she doesn't realize she's coming across that way. But that's how she was raised. And that's all she can see is this, what you can bring to me is my security, not finding security in myself or that, but that's what comes in there. All right. So let's see here. So, uh, you had a dream the other day that he moved in with you. Ooh, soon to come to be. Yeah, we'll verify that here. And our question was, if the end, where does it leave us? Okay, let's take a look here. All right. And tell us about this dream. Okay. All right. So, the Maid of Skies. And we've got this, the Maid of Skies, the Page of Swords, that clarity, you know, clarity comes in. We've got initiation, which is Hanged Man, transformation, and it's again that, we talked about the butterfly and the caterpillars, that clarity of that. So they see that in the Four of Waters, the Four of Cups. They do see, this, they see things so much more clearer about how some people are caterpillars and they're a butterfly. And they see that you're a butterfly. In the Four of Waters, they also see how their emotional relationship with each other had become stagnant, with that too. So, I see that here, right? Um, so I do feel like there's this clarity that comes in, and there is like a, not jumping from one thing into another fast. They want to be fair. Um, so there would be like a transitional period where they wouldn't just, leap from one relationship into another, and you wouldn't want that anyway. So it just needs to be said, but it's there. But a lot of clarity comes in, and you got these other two sets of cards. Thank you, Jordan. I did see it come through. So thank you so much for that. We will be to you in here momentarily. Yeah, and it is the Four of Trees, the Four of Wands, joy and celebration, the Ace of Pentacles, a new opportunity to open up, a joyful opportunity that opens up here. So it does feel very much that I want to say reboot, but it's a stabilized energy. I really like it. Let's see here. You got the Ace of Trees and the Seven of Trees too. Yeah. So, and Ace of Wands, a new passion that comes in, and the Seven of Trees, the Seven of Wands, about what we were talking about before, right? About being able to be themselves, to shine bright and ask permission to shine. We got that in that first part of the reading before. So they see that, and these aces is this new beginning that does happen. I feel like a little bit of, allowing the cycle to, allowing them to have their space and be there, but not be, like jumping into, not like duplicating like this. Okay, here's leaving them, and now look, I'm going right back into something else. It's like it's this transformational time that can happen where you guys just hang out, and you're not looking for anything, you're not having intentions, you're just having fun with that Four of Wands, just joy. And, you know, um, and in that, you don't have to do anything. It's just about being yourself. They see, a butterfly doesn't have to go, look at my wings. I'm a butterfly. Look at them. They're a caterpillar, but I'm a butterfly. You don't have to. You just be you. And they're like, duh, I see them. You can't miss your giant wings. I love that. So I feel like it is a new beginning, a new start that does happen here because they see both of you have changed, but they also see the things that um, mesh so well from before, but also the things that you both have become, how they mesh. So I like it, but they do need that time just to cleanse from the previous one. That's funny, but it's true, ain't it? We do need time to like. No, no. I feel like um, last minute get cold feet? I feel like because there's no expectations in their mind right now, I'm just meeting up with an old friend, you know, and just to catch up. And I feel like they need the break. They're ready to get away from things, and they like, I can use the break. And one of the things that I feel like they liked about you is you always made them laugh, or tried anyway. Uh, because because of where they were at, it was hard for them to laugh, but even then, you made them laugh, and they like that, and, like, I could use a laugh. I could use, I'd like to see how you're doing and catch up. So, I do feel that they will here, do that. Yeah, even the King of Trees, the King of Wands, that comes in here. So, you do have the King of Wands, and, you had the Maid, um which is like the new beginning. I feel like it might be like, the beginning of May, because it feels like the beginning of, it's like the next, 'cause a page is like a number 11, which is a movement to the next level, and I feel like it's like the beginning of May, right? Yeah. So I feel like in the beginning of May, kind of energy. Yeah, up in the air. May 1st is May Day, Beltane. So there we go. Boom, boom, boom. Halfway between spring and summer. Yeah. So that's what they got there for you, Olivia. Um, I like it, which is good. And what's great is that it's like when we all have experiences with other people, it we have somehow an appreciation for things that we wouldn't have been appreciative before having not experienced other people because we thought things were just, isn't that just what everyone does? No, evidently not. I've met all these people. That's not just a normal thing. All these people wouldn't do that, but you just naturally do that. So I like that. Too fun. Absolutely. I'm excited. So patience, enjoy the process, enjoy the journey. In the meantime, just do things you love, right? Raise your love vibration. Keep it going, right? All right. So many blessings, my dear, my dear. All right. And then Lagata, you are up. 519.49. Let's see here. 519. All right. Post yours out here. And then Jordan, you'll be up after that. So thank you so much. All right. So let's give that a love and a like there since it lets me, Lagata. And you go, will you get an approval? And when? All right, let's take a look here. See what spirit has for you. And thank you guys so much for your patience and getting on to your readings. Um, we will see here. We might have to do a flash session for the free readings because we're getting closer and closer. I have my evening session in about an hour and 50 minutes, so we're getting close. I do need to take a break to eat and regenerate. So, squirrel. Running outside my window. All right, so Legata, let's take a look here. Will you get approval? It was approval, right? Yeah, approval and when? Will you get approval? When will this approval happen? Just when? No. I feel like we want those two. Okay. All right. Wow. So bottom of the deck, you do have a full card. The full card being the zero card, the first card in the major arcana, is an energy all about new beginnings, adventure. It's a very positive energy that's coming in here. So I do like that for you here. Let's see. The actual question itself, that's just the underlying energy, but it feels like this reboot, not a reboot, but a world of possibilities. And that's a good positive energy. You've got initiation. That's a good card. Number 12, it's the Hanged Man. It's seeing things from a different perspective and a transformation. Got the Moon card. It's a cycles energy. There's this revelation of things. Let me see here. And the King of Stones, King of Pentacles, abundance, abundance, one of the big abundance cards. Now, I do feel like there will be approval. There might just be some sort of I want to say feedback, but like a suggestion or an alteration of something. Something needs to be edited or updated with this seeing things from a different perspective and some things being revealed with the moon card. Overall, the King of Pentacles is a very positive card, especially with the full card on the bottom. So I do feel like you do get approval. There just something needs to be adjusted or edited or updated, or they have like a recommendation. It'd be like if I have a proposal to a company for something. This is just the example I'm having in my head, right? Um, and they're like, we love all this, we love all this, we love all this. Is there any way we can tweak this? And you're like, absolutely. Boom, done. All right, agreed. It's that kind of thing, a kind of energy, if that makes sense. I like it. Let's see here, you've got the Six of Stones. So Six of Pentacles. I'm getting June energy of when you get the reward or you get the um like it's like you'd get like an example I get, that's when you get the commission, that's when you get the benefit, that's when you get the positive result of the approval. It is uh effective. That's what I was looking for. I know I'm having trouble with English. It's effective. Like June is when you get the reward. Let's see what else they had on the bottom. You've got the King of Skies, the King of Swords, Master of Communication, the Witch of Trees, that is the Queen of Wands, and you have the Four of Skies, the Four of Swords, peace of mind. I feel like you get approval in April. It just takes June for it to kick in for whatever the result of the benefit of all this in here. And yeah, because this King of Swords is all about communication, about mindset, about this clarity of things that comes in. So the knowledge and the clarity come in here in the month of April. This Witch of Trees, um, I'm sorry, the witch isn't the queen; it's the Knight of Wands, and that makes total sense because the Knight of Wands is fast acting, sudden, go 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 energy. So I feel like you get this. It happens very fast, and you get the approval here in the next couple weeks. But then again, the reward comes more in like June, like June 1. Okay, we can make it effective June 1 or whatever. But it comes in June. So hopefully that makes sense to your situation, what you're looking at there. And let's get you a fortune cookie here for you. And it's a real fortune cookie for the fortune cookies. I call all these little extra cards a fortune cookie. You got intuition. Trust your intuition. It's a great time to learn a new skill, change careers, or invest money. So trust your intuition, trust your heart and things too. So I like it. I like that for you. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, Lagata. So many blessings to you. I'm so sorry. Let me take a quick sip here. My voice was trying to go away. No, no. All right. And then Jordan, you are up. Okay. Grab your timestamp here. Well, thank you so much, Legata. Wow. You are so generous. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. Woo, woo, woo. Excited for you. All right. So let me just remove those. All right. So, Jordan, thank you so much for your donation via the CashApp. I go into German mode with that. So, all right. Make sure I'm not missing anything there. All right. So, there's this new guy you met. His name is Joe. He's a Capricorn. Oh, okay. So, you met a few weeks ago, and we went out last night. Everything was great, but today I've not heard from him. It's a bit concerning. I just want to know what is energy around us, and will he reach out to? Okay. Capricorn. You know, I'm a Capricorn rising. I totally get they get into their heads. Big thinkers, even though they're an earth sign, big overthinkers. Overthinker stinkers. All right, let's take a look here, Jordan. All right. What is this energy around you two? All right. Okay, got those. Any of those? Well, they do want this one. We'll put that underneath that one. None of those. All right. And I've got to maintain my reputation of being nosy. So we're also going to look into what's up, right? about why hasn't he reached out? Because that's really below the surface what we kind of want to know, right? I know. That's what I want to know. And then will he reach out? Okay. All right. What do we got going on beneath the surface here? All right. Yeah, we got the Maid of Skies, which is the Page of Swords. Very much that thinking uh, and that is new communication. I feel like they will. They will. But we'll find out why they haven't yet and the actual answer to the question. But this underlying energy, this page of swords is seeing things from a higher perspective, clarity, communication, heightened communication. So um, I don't feel anything concerning yet. So let's continue here. So what's their energy? Like it was the energy, right? What energy around us? All right. Yeah, King of Trees. So we got the King of Wands coming in here, and this King of Wands, is very much the energy of trying to figure out what I want, putting everyone's opinion aside. What is it that I want? Because I'm putting a plan together and then I'm going to take action. And I do feel like this energy with the King of Wands is like, all right, I want to make sure of something before I take things further, right? Which I honor. We don't want to be like, someone going, "Hey, you want to go steady?" That's old language. Do you want to be my girlfriend? You know, um, and then like, well, I changed my mind. We don't want that, right? We're like, I want you to know for sure what you want before you go further, and that's kind of where they're at in this. The energy of where they're at is they're trying to decide what do I want and what I want to go forward, right? So they're not quite sure 100% of their intentions yet, because they're trying to figure stuff out. But so if that's not why they haven't called yet, we'll find out that over here. But this is just their energy. What's going on? They got the King of Stones, so all this King energy. But the King of Pentacles is about trying to find this strong foundation in the outside world, and with these two kings, I'm getting this big energy of they're in a place of trying to really plan their life, not just like who they want to be with, but where do I want to live and where do I want to work and who do I want to be? Just like this big, not like they're in a midlife crisis, but they're in this mini identity crisis. And it's not really a crisis. It's more they're in this questioning period around it, if that makes sense. Um, but they're definitely in this uh, purgatory. I don't know why they're using that word, but it's in the in betweens of going, what do I want? And I need to decide because I feel like they've been aimless for a little bit trying to figure things out. And they're just like, I'm tired of thinking about everything. I just want to decide and go for stuff. So we'll see what we have here. We also have the Maid of Water and the Four of Stones. So the Maid of Water is the Page of Cups, and the Four of Stones, the Four Pentacles, is like an energy of home. And part of this is about them deciding what having a home means. And I feel like that's one of the things. That's one of their big questions is where do I want to live? Both city, but home, condo, trailer, no, not a trailer, but it's like, what is it? Where do I want to do? Where do I want to be? And this is their heart trying to decide what home means. And that's part of all of this big overthinking that goes on in a Capricorn's brain, just so you know. Underneath all that, we do have the Maid of Stones, which is the Page of Pentacles. All this about what's the next step in the physical world for me? And it just feels like, again, really overwhelming uh, mental energy. of so many things I'm trying to decide all at once that all intertwine with one another that kind of have me going in a mental loop when I'm trying to figure out what do I want? I want but then kind of energy. So interesting. Right. Well, let's see if we get any more clarity with why haven't they called or contacted you today? So the sun card, I got all this bright energy here. What is this? And the six of waters, the six of cups. Feels like there's something here to do with children. I don't think they're a father, but I feel like I don't know if they're going to like a children's get together. Oh, Easter eggs? I feel like they're doing something here, because that's inner child with the sun, and the Six of Cups is children's card. I feel like they got I feel like this is their word. I got suckered into helping with my nieces and nephews. Oh, he has no kids, yeah. So, like, his nieces and nephews, Easter egg hunt, you know? I have to dress up as the bunny, or I have to do this, or I have to do that. I feel like he's doing something, it's, like, very busy with all that, which he loves, he doesn't get suckered into it because, but I feel like he's doing that. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, the Maid of Trees, which is the, um, a page of, wands. So I have to calibrate it in my head which ones they are here. And then the Witch of Stones is the Knight of Pentacles, which is slow moving and then sudden. So I feel like out of nowhere he'll text you today or call you today, but I feel like there's something that's really distracted him that has to do with like a in previous engagement. They're reminding me because when I turned 21, I had a friend whose um, child's birthday party was the next morning. This was like a Friday at work, and I turned 21. I wasn't planning on doing anything. The next morning, I was going to be a clown at a children's birthday party because it was my friend's that, and they were like, "Hey, come on, why don't we go out for a drink? At least you're turning 21. Let's go have one drink." Well, one drink turned into six, and then we went to another club, and I mixed alcohols and all this stuff. I had no idea about alcohol. Well, needless to say, I don't know how I got home. It was very bad. I should not have driven, but I was throwing up all night and all morning, and I still dressed up as that clown, and I still went to this birthday party. Bloodshot eyes. It probably looked like like Pennywise from the movie, because kids were throwing confetti in my face, and um, luckily the mother was with us a lot of the night before, so she was like, "Kids, come over here. Let's play pin the tail on the donkey." And they're like, "Here, why don't you go get something to eat and drink something?" And it was hilarious. But that's the kind of energy I feel is like they still after all that with hanging out last night, they went to this children's get together or something like that. So I feel like they will contact you out of nowhere, and you'll get an answer here in a little bit. Oh, yeah, that's why they haven't called. But this is will they contact you? Yeah, I love it. I like that they call this initiation, which is the hanged man, which is uh, the hanged man is like a pause. It's like hanging upside down from a tree. It's like a moment of waiting and then initiation. So I feel like they will reach out to you today. Yeah, the Six of Pentacles, the equal giving and receiving, and then the Justice card, the balancing out of their brain. So I feel like there is just some, they had something they had to go to and they were running late to. And so they haven't had a chance to respond because they were multitasking and doing all this stuff. But I feel like you'll hear from them today. Um, as soon as all the dust has cleared with what they had to do. Um, so I do feel like, Yeah, I don't I feel like it's today. I was even gonna say, well, if not today, tomorrow, but they're like, "No, today." So I feel like you will hear from them today. But at least you know what's going on inside that head of theirs. You're welcome. You're like, "Wow, so that'll be funny." You're like, "What did you have a were you a clown at a kid's birthday party?" No, I feel like it was the Easter bunny at a Easter bug Easter egg hunt. That's what they showed in my head anyway, but that, can be all symbolic. Let's see here. I feel like we wanna go to the fortune cookies for your fortune cookie here. Alright. And it's perseverance. I like it. You may feel like you're getting nowhere, but there are wonderful changes ahead. Don't give up. You can't make that up. I love that. So don't give up. There's wonderful things ahead. You know, just realize you're dealing with a big thinking Capricorn and they get into the tasks. They can also get really caught up into tasking that they can lose track of time sometimes too. But especially if they have something they need to accomplish, like I've that they're giving me a German accent in my head, like from the "I will be the Easter bunny and I must arrive at this time and I must," I don't have a very good German accent, but it's like very, regimented. We will have the Easter egg hunt. We'll start at this time and you will have 5 Easter eggs by this time. And so they're very that way. That's funny. Oh, yeah, so it looks like they might have, maybe they're organizing the Easter egg hunt for tomorrow, but I just feel like there's a big tasking going on too. That's funny. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dears. So enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. Again, thank you so much for your donation. I appreciate that. And Legata, thank you for your additional donation. Give that a love and a like there. I'm so grateful. All right. And then June. Hello, June. Let's see your time. 5:41:20. Thank you so much for your donation. Love and light to you too. All right. So June, let's put your time stamp out here. Boom, boom. So June with the third eye. Woo woo. I think that's the third eye. Oh, the sneak peek. I like it. So June. Good to see you today as well. So you're just wondering, did MF see your post today? If so, what was their thoughts about it? Did MF? Okay, highlight that here. All right. So June. So let us take a look and see here. So did they see your post today? All right. And then what were their thoughts about it? So whether they see it today or not, but whenever they see it, well, let's see here. Did they see it? We'll start there. We got the Tower card here. Zap. I don't feel like they've seen it yet. This Tower card energy is like an energy of like a lot of distraction, a lot of I feel like they have a lot of activity going on in their life today. Just a lot of suddenness things that are keeping them from, seeing posts and stuff. But I feel like they will see it. And then so we'll pull energy here to see if they when they see it, because I feel like they will. I feel like they'll see it later today. What will their thoughts be based on current energy when they see that? Oh, and this one. I knew there was one more. Okay. That's underneath the surface though. All right. So, here on the bottom of the deck here, um, we have the full card, which is a card of like, um, new beginnings, seeing things from just a different point of view. And that's not normally like all the energy with the full card, but it does. It feels like it's like looking at things without any expectations, without any attachment to it. It's like they're seeing it purely. In fact, with the way I kind of feel like it would be like how you see like a post and you're like, "Oh wow, da da da, that's really cool." And then you go, "Oh, that person posted it." That's the kind of energy I feel like they see it, and it doesn't feel like it's attached to anything, and then they see it, right? And I kind of feel like that's what happens here. And then so at first they're like, "Oh," and then here these four cards are what they think of it after they realize you're the one that's posting it. And then there's an underlying energy, well, that we'll look at too. So we've got the moon child. It's an interesting energy. Um the moon is like a bright sphere shining in the darkest night, right? And it brings some light. So I feel like it's revealing, but it feels more like it brings a bright light um, into something. We'll see what it is here. Seven of water, seven of cups. Yeah, a lot of emotion, a lot of different emotions. Seven of cups is like this and feel this and feel this and feel this and feel this. So it definitely brings different emotions, a wide variety of emotions. The king of stones, the king of pentacles. It feels like it's a positive impact here with the king of pentacles because that's like one of the big cards that comes in about that, kind of energy. So I like that. And yeah, and the wheel of fortune as well. So it feels like it's a positive thing, and that's kind of what I felt with the moon card because it feels more like we're happy, about these if I need to see in darkness, the full moon is like, wow, it's good. It sheds light on some things for me, and we appreciate that. But overall, it feels, I mean, with the King of Pentacles and um, the Wheel of Fortune, it does feel like this energy of benefit. Like I benefited from this. The underlying energy, yeah, we got the Lovers card. Whoa. So there is a lot of emotional choice energy that comes in there. Let's see what kind of variety of these emotions. Definitely the ones we've talked about, which are positive, and I it showed me something that I felt is good to be revealed to me, kind of energy. Let's see any other emotions that we want to know about here. Right. Well, we got the Seven of Stones and the Seven of Trees. Interesting energies, but the Seven of Stones is the Seven of Pentacles, which is about patience and fruit being different that comes in here. Oh, yeah. And the Seven of Trees, this, um, like being like the sun. And that is this is a good energy. I mean, you got seven of water, seven of trees, seven of stones. Seven is a very spiritual number, that comes in with that. Um, so but I feel like there's this. Um, and so I see why you're asking about the different emotions. I was focused in on the post, how the post was impacting them and how it was coming forward, right? So I do feel like there's um the Seven of Trees is like the sun standing up on a hill being seen. That moon child, if that's what you're wanting to know, is like, yeah, they do see you because that moon, the moon card, you can't miss the full moon shining in the dark sky, right? It's like, whoa. Same thing with the Seven of Wands. It's someone standing up on a hill in the dark with a torch, and it's like, I see you. Definitely standing out. So if that's what you're wondering, you definitely, definitely stood out there um, with them, and they definitely see that with that. But it feels very beneficial, and especially with the Wheel of Fortune, that's the tune of for you. So it does bring benefit, you know, to them and to you. So I like that. We'll pull a fortune cookie too. I feel like it. Any missing emotions? Oh, like missing you emotions, right? I'm like, um, it does with that moon card, that's a lot of emotional energy. It does bubble up things from below the surface for sure. Um, so and with that lovers card as the energy underneath, there is that, you know, that is the, a card that does bring in that kind of energy of of strong connection, important relationship kind of energy too. So my mind went blank for a moment. I'm like, "Where'd you go?" I'm like, I went off into a different different dimension for a moment. I was like, "Whoa!" Went into. I got lost in their emotion for a moment. It's a lot going on under there. Let's see what. So we have the from your heart um, affirmations. I hear benevolent messages loud and clear. I am my own healer. So I like that. So the message was received loud and clear. I like that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no problem at all. And then let's see for your second donation here. You said, will there be a real opportunity for you to meet Connie and Jay, MF's parents? Oh, okay. We'll take a look there. See, will there be enough where they reach out? Um, that's a good question. We will pull one card for that, and then we'll do these other ones here as well. And everyone, it's almost 5. I've almost been on 6 hours. So we'll talk about things here in a minute. ARS, oh my goodness. Not ARS, I'm Milano. Not sure if you meant to make that big of a donation. Let me do. We'll double check here. Because it's in red, which means it's a significantly large donation. So don't know if you meant to put that many zeros in there, but definitely double check. All right. So sorry, June. So will you have a real opportunity for you to meet Connie and Jay, Emma's parents here? Okay, I feel like we've got this one here. Come on. There it goes. And anything else we need to know about this? Oh, just that one. All right. Well, you do have the full card on the bottom of this deck too, which I put it back in. So there is this new opportunity that is open up. There's a world of possibility. Let's see what else we have here. Got this death and this rebirth card, which feels very new, like rising from the ashes kind of energy. Let's see what else we have here. You got the land. Yeah, here's the world card is normally what this one is. It's the last card in the major arcana, which represents victory, but it's the ending of a new cycle and the beginning of a new adventure, which brings you to the full card. So we definitely have this death and rebirth, ending and beginning kind of energy that comes in here. Um, oh, and yeah, because that first card was about your, is it enough? Where there's that they reach out and contact you. With this death and rebirth, it seems like that's a yes. And then you have this whole ending and beginning kind of energy that's coming in here too regarding the parents. Got the Eight of Waters, which is leaving behind old emotions that don't serve anymore to move forward. And so it's important to try to let go of any old emotions, um, any relationships with other people that where you're investing a lot of emotional energy where it's just not beneficial for you anymore, and to come back to you so that you have this emotional energy available. Because if you're spending a lot of emotional energy keeping old emotions down, and that goes way back to like even 7 years old and younger, and then also the um looking at any relationships, and it's friends, family, exes, whoever, where you invest energy and you're like 70, 80, 90%, and you're only getting 10, 20, 30% back. There's this doing an emotional inventory of where you're investing your emotional energy so you can have emotional energy in your emotional bank to be able to give to someone, right? So we have that there too. And then you have the 10 of Waters, 10 of Cups, joy, celebration kind of energy here. So I definitely feel like you're going to have an opportunity to meet a real opportunity to meet their parents. Underlying energy, you got the Eight of Stones, Eight of Pentacles, putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears. You get the reward that comes forward too. Just might be a little bit of time for things to unfold completely, but it is, putting in that effort can have that happen. And then the Eight of Pentacles is kind of it's going to be a little bit of time, because the Eight of Pentacles is you put in the patience, you put in the inner work that allows things to be drawn to you, but this is about release of emotions that don't serve. So there is the included in that is energy of focusing on what's not happening, what's missing, and what we're fearing. Any of that energy pushes things further away. So this Eight of Pentacles is like this energy of, okay, I'm going to look at what fears I have, what I'm trying to control that is out of my control. What can I release? And then what can I focus my energy on? So we look at letting go of some lower vibrational thoughts and emotions and energies and even things in our life that he's a slow mover, right? But then the focusing on what you're grateful for, right? Grateful for the things you do have in your life, grateful for the and whatever you're focusing on that you're grateful for is what we draw more towards us, right? So, letting go of a belief that they're a slow mover, right, is an example. Mentioning he's a slow mover. It's like um gratitude for thinking about the times where they weren't a slow mover, um, and having, gratitude, sincere gratitude for that, then that draws in more. If I'm focusing energy on someone slow, I get more of that and even slower. But I definitely feel this also has to do with your energy. how much you're investing in releasing the old stuff that doesn't serve anymore. Releasing those fears allows you to move into that other direction. Um, when is it likely that he'll reach out? Got the Queen of Elfame, which is the Empress. Um, Empress is it's Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, mothering energy. But this three is really standing out here. And I do feel like I don't know if 3 days is too soon, but 3 days to 3 weeks, I really feel there's this energy that comes in here. But, or 3 months, 3 days, 3 weeks, 3 months. But this has to do with your energy too, right? Yeah, even got the lovers on the bottom of the deck again. So there's this energy, this activation that's coming in here. Um, yeah. So, so then you don't focus on it at all, right? Focus on the things you do love about them and that you did have with them. The things you loved you had with them. But definitely if it wasn't that energy of don't focus on, oh, they're slow, because then that just invites more slowness. And so instead focus on what you're grateful for and who they were. That'll bring more of that in there. Yeah, you had the lovers card in this one, and the other one that was the underlying energy for your first question. So I like it. I like it. I like it. So that is what they have for you, my dear. And um, just check something here real quick. Okay, yeah, that's not as bad as I thought it was. Okay, all right. So that's what they have for you. Wait, did I give you a fortune cookie? I did not give you a fortune cookie, did I? Maybe I didn't. I don't know. We're just going to give you another one just in case. We're going to go from the heart affirmations, though. All right. And you've got, I sing the beautiful song of my heart, clear and loud for all to hear. I love that. Allowing your heart to be expressed. So beautiful. Like you can't really see it. Here, maybe if I put it closer. There you go. Kind of see it a little bit. All right. Alrighty, ready. All right, everybody. I'm going to hear. I've been on for 6 hours, and I'm going to be back in about an hour for my evening session. I'm going to complete Maximiliano here, my last donation. I did not get to any of the free readings in this session. I will take screen captures of everything. And let me see. What am I going to do? Let me finish Max Milano first. Hello. Let me finish yours first. Let's first of all, let me put you in the timestamps here. So Maxi and then Miliano. So sorry. Left out an I there. Let me try that again. I think I have it right. All right. So 60240 is what we'll put here for your timestamp. Maximiliano, thank you so much for your donation. Here's your timestamp just in case. And you wanted to know if your work contract will be renewed at the foundation where you've been working for 1 month. All right. So based on current energies, let's take a look and see what we have coming in here. Okay, will your contract be renewed? Anything else you need to know here? I'll do those three, not that one. All right. All right. Well, the bottom of the deck, you have the Maid of Stones, which is actually the Page of Pentacles, which is a new opportunity. It would be like going from the 10 to the 11. That would tell me that's very renewal type of energy. You have the Eight of Trees and the Land, too. So these cards, the land is like the world card in the regular tarot, which is the last card in the major arcana, which is a victory and ending of an old cycle, beginning of new adventure, like going to the next step. And the Eight of Trees, the Eight of Wands, is fast movement too. So I feel like this is very supported that you will be renewed here, because that's a victory card with the land card. That Eight of Wands is fast moving energy too. So I feel like you'll get like notification very quickly that it's being renewed here very soon. Let's see what else we have. Yeah, you got the Queen, not the Queen. They call it the Queen of Elfine. This is the Empress, which is again abundance, harvest, birthing. So it's positive energy. The Maid of Skies, so that is the Page of Swords. That's new communication, new growth. They might even give you some new training to expand you into a different, to give you more responsibilities along with this renewal. But I definitely feel this is new communication around harvest. So this is all positive stuff. And the Nine of Pentacles, another one of the abundance kind of cards that comes in here. So I definitely feel like this is a yes, 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 several times. Harvest, benefit, renewal energy of going to a next level, going to the next level kind of energy. And I don't know if you're um if you're working on any kind of a contract to hire kind of energy where it's like you're like you contract and then they can hire you if they want. I feel like that there's a lot of this energy headed toward that too. If that's something that's coming towards there, because it just feels like you're moving, like you're being fast tracked towards something here too. But a lot of abundance cards, a lot of um, yeah, a lot of affirmative cards coming in there for you. So that is a yes there, Maximiliano. So many blessings to you. Congratulations. I'm happy for you. Right. And then let's get you your fortune cookie too. And we'll actually do it from the fortune cookies themselves. Let's see what we have here. What else? All right. Here we go. You get two. So your first one is challenges. Take time out from problems or conflicts or approach softly to avoid making matters worse. So if there's any challenges that come up, definitely take a breath and approach it from a calm, not from a reactive standpoint, but take a breath, take a step back, and then approach it as a response instead of a reaction, whatever this is, and difficult times. So there might be some challenges and difficulties. I don't feel like this has to do with your contract. This might just be that you have some of these things that pop up at work. Yeah, be on your guard against chaos as unforeseen perils or emotional upheaval can be foretold. So I feel like there might be some challenges that arise at work, not specifically like against you or your contract, but just in the job that you're doing. And I feel like it's a great opportunity to shine, but it's important not to react, but to kind of take a step back, realize I knew this was coming. Let's take a deep breath. Let's take a look at this. Let's look at what the real issue is. How can we resolve it? And I feel like you shine through this difficult situation too. So I like those for you. All right. So you're very welcome, Maximiano. All right. So everybody, like I said, I've been on for like 6 hours nonstop. Well, I had to take a quick break to go to the restroom, but I'm gonna grab here. Let me see where I left off here. So G. Oh, maybe it was way up here. Uh-oh. How far did we get down? 50. Oh no, I think it did erase some. um, all right. I'm going to miss some people here. So I'm so sorry. I'm not going to be able to get to any free readings in the session. I erased a lot of them. And I was going to try to capture them all and do something about coming back. I did complete all donations in this session. And I will be back in an hour here, actually less than an hour at 6 p.m. So if you'd like to come back and join me, I will try to keep track of all the readings so that I can make sure everyone gets a reading. But I will be back in an hour. And so for all of you that were waiting for free readings, I'm so sorry. Wasn't able to get to any of those, and I wasn't able to capture them all either. So I so sorry. Please, definitely on Sundays, if you're like, I don't want to try coming back tonight. Sundays, I always come back on and finish out all readings. Just not going to be able to do that today. And my deepest apologies for that. I did have so many donations. I'm so grateful. It's how I earn my income. So thank you guys for that and for your patience. But I will be back. Please come back for that session if you're still around, or tomorrow morning for sure, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Mountain Time. Whatever I don't get to in that session, I do come back on later in the day to complete that out. But I'm not going to have time in between this one and the next one starting. I got to go eat and rest up, but I will be back. So thank you guys again so much for all the love and all the support, and deepest apologies again for the free readings I did not get to, but please come back around and, come in here. But I did not get to any free readings at all, except I think one for Happy Pill earlier. So I wasn't able to get to any of those. So please come back in an hour or tomorrow, and we'll make sure you get answers to your questions. All right. So sorry, but I do need to jet because I need time to eat and I need to post my next session already. So thank you guys again so much. Hang in there. Please forgive me, and much love to you. We'll see you soon.